Good morning, everybody. So let me go ahead and get the new list posted on here. So just 1 second, everybody. Alright, so I'm gonna post the new list in a second. It's going to be, again, a very white picture, so um, just a warning so you don't get flashbanged. So 3, 2, 1. Okay. So we updated the rules a little bit, and I put quite a bit of consideration into what we did with updating the rules today. Oh, I feel a lot better today. Thank you. Really ready to nail it today. My voice is just kind of cut out a little bit, but other than that, I feel really great. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so just to quickly go over this. Yesterday, our previous rule list had 4 rules. Today we added some, well, not today, but last night, and I did spend, quite a lot of time back testing all of these rules. Okay, so with that said, let's just very quickly go over them, but I want to drink some water really quick, so just one moment. Alright, so here's the few changes that happen. Okay, rule number 1 stayed the same, rule number 2 stayed the same. Rule number 3, it used to say between 2 to 4 contracts. I updated that for all account sizes basically. So if you're on a small port, you should only be taking a single contract per entry. Here's one of the new rules. So rule 4, I will add a hedge slash counter position that is worth at least a minimum of 25% of the primary position. So simply put, and we will list out what hedges we're taking for every position, but just very simply, if my position's, basically worth $100, $80 to $100, that means that I need to have a super out of the money put that is worth about $20 to $25 along with that position. Okay. And that's going to catch any of those crazy upsides or downsides where we continue seeing the upper or lower Bollinger being pushed into. Okay, so that's one way we're going to counter that. The second way we're going to counter that is Rule 8, but I'm going to go over that in a minute. Now, for Rule 5, when it says I exit roughly 60 to 80% of the positions at the 5-minute 20 mile and allow the rest to run if there is room, that also means we exit those cheap puts or those cheap hedges as well. So we're going to treat that whole position as a singular thing. So basically, if I take a call worth $80, if I take a put worth $20, and we do get our upside, I'm going to sell both that call and the put at that 20 mile. Okay, and treat the position as a singular position. Okay, so that's really important, and that's something we're going to focus on a lot. Now, for Rule 6, I will only hold 0DT contracts for 1 to 2 hours maximum. This is going to play a lot into Rule 7, but this is going to really prevent chop, okay? This is going to prevent Theta from absolutely destroying contracts with the position being hedged from, Rule 4. This is going to really help um, reduce a lot of that chop and everything else that we've been experiencing. Rule 7, I will disengage from trades experiencing chop as they are built to destroy my contracts. So if we do start experiencing chop, and I'll go over how to really identify when that's occurring, um, but when that's happening, we need to start exiting some of those earlier positions and waiting later until we see the actual breakout or breakdown. Okay. Now for Rule 8, and good morning. Rule 8, I will check the SPY, QQQ, and SOX, which is semiconductors, to ensure no divergences are occurring in our entry. So go ahead, take a picture of the rules really quick, because I do kind of want to go over Rule 8 very, very specifically and show an example. So if you need to take a picture, go ahead. I'm going to take this off the screen in about 3 seconds. So 3, 2, 1. Good morning. Okay, alright. So one thing I wanted to show from yesterday is on the SPY. And let's go to the actual trading session. So with the SPY, and this ties into Rule 8, okay, and we have about 9 minutes until the market opens, so we still have some time to go over stuff. Don't worry about that. So on SPY yesterday, when we were trading QQQ, this is the 5-minute time frame, by the way, we see how on QQQ we've had three entries at this level where we are pushed below the lower Bollinger, and it basically says take calls, take calls, take calls. Well, what we should have done is we should have went and checked both semiconductors. Semiconductors gave that same type of pattern. Let me go ahead and delete that and that. But semiconductors gave the same type of pattern where it's like I could enter calls, enter calls, enter calls. Okay. Now with SPY, if we were checking all three like we should have been, we would have seen that no, that entry actually didn't come until much later. Okay. So we're going to start checking all three of the symbols to make sure there's no divergences like that, because that would have saved us from having entered calls, calls, and then taking calls, whereas we would have just taken calls at the bottom of SPY, had that very solid trade, then been patient, had a very solid trade again set up, taken profit, went back down, would have had another setup, taken profit, another setup, very big profit. So yesterday would have been a very, very good day on the SPY if we just sat up. You know, we're sat on the SPY trading the SPY. So we're going to look for divergences from now on between the three before we take any positions, because if we were actively watching the SPY yesterday as well, we would have seen that no, those first entries weren't really that great, because the SPY didn't have those entries as well. Only that third entry was an even reasonable entry at that point. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for joining. Now, I know a lot of people have that rule of I want to wait 15 minutes before taking any contracts. That's absolutely fine. That's still not something I do. Even within the rules and everything, and going over everything last night, I'm still not going to wait. We're just going to identify divergences within SPY, QQQ, and semis. If all three still align and still show that there's an entry or exit or something, then we're going to still take a trade off of that. Okay. Now, on the SPY here, I want to go and show the hourly chart. So this is the top of a cup, okay? And I'm going to just redraw this cup because it's really not that good. So we know for sure this is the top of a cup. Okay, now what do we expect at the top of a cup? Bearish structure. I'll change this to purple. Bearish structure. Okay, well, what are we seeing here on the hourly? This is a very well constructed head and shoulders. So if this is a well constructed head and shoulders, then that means that for the top of this cup, This is very, very likely that bearish structure we're looking for. And what's one of the first ranges we need to start looking at? This big chunk of liquidity right there. But we're also going to go to the daily time frame really quick. And I actually want to move something on the screen. 1 second. I'll get some options watch listed in just a second. So let me hold on. I'm gonna move the current price and the box over to the side. So that way everybody can see the moving averages. Because I know someone mentioned that yesterday and I did want to change that. So um hopefully that's gonna help. Okay. Now for the options, and I want to turn off the moving averages here just so that we can see. Now this red line is the top of the cup, so I'm just going to make this not as annoying to deal with today. But let's see, our 20 MA is currently at the 749. The current pre-market price is basically at 750.50. So let's target once again this 750 range. So let me go ahead and get some contracts watch listed. So we're going to, hold on, I have to delete a whole bunch of these. Just 1 second. So I want you to add the 750 calls, 750 puts today, but we're also going to be adding the hedges as well. So just give me 1 second and I'll get those priced out. And to hedge, okay, we're going to be targeting basically the upper Bollinger and lower Bollinger. Okay, so for these cheap hedges, very likely we're going to target around this 747 range for the puts, and for the calls, probably around this 752. So let's go ahead and add those to our watch list as well. We might have to adjust those a little bit, but we will see come open. So I'm going to type this in chat really quick. Good morning, good morning. Okay, so watch list these 750 calls, 750 puts, 752 calls, and I think I said the 747 puts. Okay, so go ahead and get those to your watch list. We have about a minute until market open. We don't really have a position opened just yet, so let's just go ahead and make sure we get all these watch listed very quickly. Okay, market has opened, but we're just going to obviously be very patient here. Finishing watch listing these options very quickly. Okay, alright, so I got all those watch listed. So again, it's the 747 puts, the 750 calls, 750 puts, and the 752 calls. Okay, that's what we're watch listing. Now, with that, I want to go ahead and just delete these Bollingers. We don't need those right now. We see really no entries yet. Again, remember we're wanting to enter puts at the top, calls at the bottom. Okay, until one of those entries open, we're going to be very patient. But this is going to be a good time for us to start looking at what semiconductors are doing. So semi is pushing up a little bit, and QQQ doing the same thing. So with SPY, we see there's that divergence where SPY is not pushing up. Okay. And today we will be focusing on the SPY, so just a reminder of that. Yeah, we're going to be focusing entirely, excuse me, on the SPY today. And I do apologize if my voice is really dry right now. Feeling better, but my voice is basically cut out a little bit, so let me drink some water really quick. Right, excuse me, and at this point we're just waiting for a position. Again, we're going to be very, very patient today. But just to quickly kind of recap, because I know some of you did join the stream a little later, which is absolutely fine, no worries about that. On SPY here, we do have this very well constructed head and shoulders. So if we can get our actual put entry here, that'd be super ideal. Um, because very likely those puts are going to take us quite a bit down today. Now, one thing I do want to look at is the 5 mile. The 5 mile is a super, super crucial support. So currently it's at the 747.83. That means that the upper bounds of the 5 mile is at the 749.83 and the lower bounds of the 5 mile is at the 745.83. So that gives us, roughly a whole $4 to the downside today. From the current level, even though we're not taking puts just yet, I do want to mark out the 5 mile range, which is basically right there, all the way down to about there. Okay, so that's a very key level on the day that we need to watch for. I want to pull this over just a little bit so that we can actually see the level within the session. So again, the top of this level is around right there. Bottom of this level is around right there. So let me go ahead and make a note in here. Okay. Now in semiconductors, they got very close to having a short position, but not yet. Same with QQQ. Almost, well, technically gave that short position just by a couple pennies. but we are waiting for the position to open on SPY. And again, we'll be very patient. It doesn't matter if we have to wait the entire session just for the trade to open. We're gonna be very, very patient with our entries today and make sure that nobody's going to be losing any money. So could I take the 745 call? For the hedge position, you mean? Instead of that 752? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, Nimble, I'm getting better. I'm still just on the cusp of it though. It's like I'm getting better, but I'm still having some of the symptoms. See, unfortunately about SPY here is that the short position kind of opened within the pre-market. So because of that, we're going to just have to be super patient. Now again, we are going to be somewhat put biased on the day just because the daily 5 mod does need to be retested again. It's been multiple sessions since that's occurred, so it's very well within the kind of parameters of what we should be expecting within the day. And the reason why we're not going to rush into puts here, even though the downside is very large, is that again, the algorithms are going to work to shake people out. So we're going to get a move within our upper Bollinger today if we're going to be getting major downside. Okay. The put entry will open up for us. So there's no reason to rush it, nothing like that. Um, we also have some fairly large news coming out pretty soon here. So let's go ahead and get that open. Okay, so let's see. We had the PCE came in a little mixed. The price index came in slightly hotter, which we expected. The month over month came in cooler though, which is very surprising. Core PCE, of course, that's going to be up quite a bit. And the GDP quarter over quarter fell slightly, which we've been talking about that for months and months and months now. We fully anticipate that, to occur. Okay, so the data today is not really great, not really bad. Oh, I'm absolutely fine today in terms of decisions. Yesterday was not so great of a day. Yesterday I was, not to be too personal, but I woke up basically throwing up yesterday. Um, so during the first half of the stream, I had a migraine and everything, but today I am laser focused. I am ready. Might not sound like it because my voice is kind of giving out on me a little bit, but we are very ready to go. Now I just want to look at the 1 minute time frame here. It does look like they want to close all the way to the 748.86. But potentially this can be a very small cup and handle forming as well, which would be really nice because if we get our push to the upside, then that would give us a really solid put position. However, semis are starting to pull down quite a bit here, but semis are also sharing this cup and potential handle. So getting our upside is very, very likely here. We should also be seeing the same out text. Sorry, my voice is just cutting out like crazy today. Let me go ahead and drink some more water 1 second. So for the market, we might see a lot of these cups form. A lot of these handles try to do a small breakout. The breakout of those handles are very likely going to turn into bearish liquidity. Because again, I do very much think that the market wants to test this level today. This is a very, very crucial level. And now that we're basically at that level, the odds of it being tested are extremely, extremely likely. Starting to build a little support here on the 1 minute time frame. So again, if we can push upward, that'd be very ideal. Oh, just to make a scalp? No, I would wait on that. Again, we're only gonna take our call entry at the bottom here if it opens up. So we're just being patient. We're just waiting. Now, VVIX today has been pushing down quite heavily. Excuse me. It did open at 88.32, has pulled down to 87.64. So that is technically a good signal for the market to push upwards slightly. So if we can get our upside, that'd be, again, very ideal. I do have a put bias today, so if we can get into this top range, then our downside is very, very large on the day. Okay. Even though, again, we're going to be trading the puts responsibly, taking 60 to 80% of profits at that 20 MA, allowing the rest to run. But I do think that this is going to be kind of the big trade of the day if we can get it set up. You can. I'm not going to suggest it though, just because it's not going to be within our very, very safe entries. And again, we want to be making sure that we're taking positions that are very, safe. We don't want basically what happened in the last two sessions to happen again. Nimble, I know you joined a little late. Excuse me, a little late. I need to drink some more water. 1 second, everybody. I apologize. My voice is just terrible today. Okay, sorry about that. So I'm gonna go ahead and post the updated rules really quick since we're just basically waiting for our price action. So that's gonna pop on the screen in about 5 seconds. Just a reminder, it's very white, so it might be very bright on your phone screen. So 3, 2, 1. Please make sure you take a picture of this, write this down, do what you need to do. We did discuss kind of the changes in the rules this morning. The previous rule set had only 4 rules. Last night I spent over 5 hours back testing a lot of this stuff, and I am very, very, very happy with what the rules are currently. Okay, so go ahead, make sure you update your list, take a new picture, do what you need to do. Can take this off the screen in about 5 seconds. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But those are the new rules. And because of that, we're going to be super, super patient. And we will be able to set up some sort of good contract today, one way or another. Semi's pushing down here a little bit. QQQ as well. Let's go back to SPY 1 second. SPY here, looks like we're starting to build a little bit of support. We have this 1 minute time frame cup and handle forming. So if we can get our upside so that we can enter puts, again, that's going to be kind of the ideal trade today. Does it help having the price up in the right hand corner instead of the left hand corner, everybody? This way you can actually see the Bollinger levels and everything, even though I know they're a little small on the screen. Yeah, we don't want to rush anything right now. We want to make sure that these trades are super, super, super solid. Okay, the last 2 sessions we experienced a lot of chop, and we don't want to do those 2 sessions again. Okay, we want to make sure our entries and exits are extremely safe, extremely primed, and it'll be better for us to be patient for those entries. And good, good. Yeah, this hasn't been a massive liquidity candle at all. I do think they will try to push it up first though. Um, Purely because of how hard they're pushing the VIX down, or the VVIX. And remember how yesterday we talked about when they were pushing it up very aggressively and then all of a sudden they pulled it down? Um, Kind of same situation here. They're sitting here really, really sitting on this lower Bollinger for quite a while now. Yes, they pulled away, but they're getting back to that level again. So if we continue writing down that lower Bollinger on the VVIX, that's telling us that very likely we will get that upside that we're looking for so that we can get our put entries. And again, on the hourly, I do just want to show this major head and shoulders that we're contending with today. Um, we have a lot of room downward. Okay, so we really do want to be able to set up very, very quality puts today because those could be making massive, massive, massive profits. So we will be very, very patient for that level. I'm just gonna mute here just for a second, just because I need to drink something. I do apologize, my voice is cutting out. Let me go ahead and show the Bollinger settings on screen while I mute. So go ahead and make sure you copy those down. But let me get a drink really quick. Oh, that's odd. It doesn't show you guys it. So every time I've been trying to show you guys the Bollinger settings on the screen, it doesn't pop up. Okay, that's interesting. So the Bollinger settings are length of 20, the width of 2, and make sure it's set to closed. Okay. Starting to get some of this upside, so very likely this will get our upside push here. Now, when we do push to the upside, again, we're going to be targeting those 750 puts to the downside. Now, when we get our upside, we will also at the exact same time be taking the 752 calls against the puts. Okay. We might reprice those at that time. We will have to kind of see based on what the prices are of everything at that moment. But I'm gonna just make a note in here that we won't just be taking the put positions, but we'll also be taking the very cheap hedged call. Okay, let me make that just slightly bigger. Alright, and I'm also going to write this same note at the bottom here. Well, except the inverse of that, which would be the call position with the put hedge. Okay, so we have the day all laid out, all ready to go. Now if we can just get our upside that we are expecting, which for me, this is very likely going to look like a cup, form a handle, then push upward into that upper Bollinger. Excuse me. But we will be super patient for our entry. You'd hedge just the entire position. No, I did not take any puts yet. We're being very patient on our entry. So there's a couple different ways you can hedge this position. So for me, I take usually 4 contracts at a time. Well, does that mean I also want to take 4 of those other contracts? Maybe not. Maybe I only want to take a single contract that's worth 20% of that entire position. Um, that's also very, very feasible in what you can do. You don't have to hedge it 1-to-1. You just have to make sure that at least 20% of the entire position has that downside covered. Same with when we take calls. Make sure at least 20% of that entire position you have is hedged with some form of put. Good morning, everybody who's joined. Again, we're being very patient on our entries here. I am seeing this cup and handle kind of forming to the upside. So if we can see continuation of that, that would give us a very quality put entry. I'm going to move this down just to reflect the Bollinger. 20 mile has pulled up a little bit, and I do apologize that my voice is all scraggly today. I've been sick with the flu. I feel a lot better today. I've been coughing all night, so. Yes, I'll go over that once we take a position. But basically, one second, let me get something to drink. Sorry about that. My voice is going to be cracking out, you know, all morning. I do apologize. So, dynamic, I want you to watch list all those options. We're primarily going to be focusing on those 750 calls and 750 puts as the primary position, but we're also going to um, take hedges to those positions as well. Now the 752 calls, we might have to push that up to maybe 753, 754. I will price that out once we actually do take our primary position. But just go ahead and get those watch listed. Now I want to check the VVIX and HIG because VVIX has been pushing down. I do want to kind of wait for it to be pushing into this lower Bollinger because once it pushes into the lower Bollinger, that creates the conditions for volatility to start picking back up again. Yep, we're not going to rush anything. We're going to make sure today's a very, very solid trading day. I want us to make quite a lot of money on our positions that we do take today and not have any nonsense, so. Good morning, everybody who's joining in. It's actually quite a lot of people um, tuning in, so I'm going to pull the rule set up in just a second here. But one thing we're looking for on the 1 minute time frame, which we only usually use the 1 minute time frame to look for structure. We're looking for this cup and handle to kind of take us up to the upper Bollinger here. Now, while that's playing out, I want to show the rules one more time for the new viewers. So make sure you just go ahead and take a picture of the excuse me. I apologize. My voice is going to be terrible all day. Um, just going to be showing the updated rules really quick. So again, flash warning. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I am watching the price action during this, so we won't be missing the entry or anything. But go ahead, take a picture of this. I did add 5 or 4 new rules compared to yesterday's list. So make sure you take a picture. Highly suggest printing them out, having it on your desk, something so that it's available and present. Okay, I'm going to show this for just a few more seconds. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good morning, Jackson. Okay, so we are getting this push upward, which will mean that if we can push all the way, basically this 751.06, that's going to be a very opportune entry on our puts. So even though we're not there yet, I am starting to take a look at the puts, keep my hand on the buy button basically, not taking anything yet, but just being prepared to do so. Like I said, today we're gonna make sure we're trading extremely safely, and we're gonna make sure we make some great money today. Last two sessions we've had some chop, but that's why I did update the the rules. Gosh, it's so hard to talk today. I apologize. Um, I've been coughing all night. I feel great, but it's just my voice is just gone. But with those updated rules, again, I spent, over 5 hours yesterday basically back testing those rules as well just to make sure they fill the gaps on some of those sessions where we do have very heavy chop. So I don't want what happened the last two sessions to happen again. So we're going to be extremely patient on our positions. Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking for on the VVIX here. Is I'm looking for this to really push down into this lower Bollinger here. And from that lower Bollinger push, um, very likely that would hit the top of that range that we're looking for on SPY. And then we could see volatility start picking back up from the lower Bollinger. So we're looking for our entry here. Again, I am very put biased today because our daily 5 mile is right in this range. Now, the actual 5 mile itself is, I believe, at the 747 80-ish range, 747.90 range, which means that the upper bounds is about $2 above that. The lower bounds is about, again, that $2 below that. So for us to have this entire moving average tested, we generally want to see it tested all the way to the bottom to the top. Okay. This can be some of that topside testing already occurring because technically we're already within that level. Okay. So I am very put biased today. I do think that our downside is absolutely massive. And on the hourly, sorry for the notes, but we do have this head and shoulders here. Okay, it's a very well constructed head and shoulders, and there's a ton of liquidity below it. So I do think that it'll be very good when we do take our puts today. 1 minute time frame, potentially a small head and shoulders forming, but again, we're still going to be patient and wait for the upside to take our put positions because either we'll get our upside or we'll get enough chop to where the upper Bollinger does pull down enough to where the market does try to grab for it. And that's when we will target our puts. Market makers never vibe trade. So when you see chop, that's the market makers basically having to just deal with orders on both ends. Um, Now yesterday we saw that after the market ended, we were expecting that breakout all session. What did they do? They go ahead and break it out. Not all the way to the level we expected, but they did give us the breakout, and then um, you know, some of the geopolitical news happened and caused the pull down, everything else, but our daily level is at this 5 mile here, and it's very close to where we're at, so we should be fully anticipating that to be tested today. I'm not going to be taking any positions until we push either the lower Bollinger or the upper Bollinger here on the 5-minute time frame. I know many people are talking about taking calls into tomorrow, puts into tomorrow. I'm not doing any of that until we get our very safe entries. Again, I want I want us to make very, very good money today. I don't want us to get chopped up or have contracts that are going to not do well. Not saying that those contracts won't, so don't think that I'm dismissing anyone's trades, but for our contracts, what we're doing here, um, we're going to be super patient. Because our trade will open. Either we will get our upside and we will be able to take our puts, or we will get our downside and we will be able to take some calls to the upside. So just waiting for this cup and handle to kind of break out. And from that cup and handle breaking out, that would give us our very, very prime put position. And we should be seeing the VVIX starting to get ready to push into this lower Bollinger a little bit here. I'll go ahead and type in the watch list again. No worries at all for being late. So go ahead, watch list all those positions, but we're focusing primarily on these 750 puts today. Those are really going to pick up a ton of weight, assuming that we get the downside that we're expecting, which the downside on today is, roughly a whole $6 to the downside. So, um, yep, just be very patient for our positions, and I think we'll be getting paid very well today. Now, we did have data today. The data was overall mixed. We did have some cooler data sets, especially within like the GDP. And we also had some hotter data sets within like the PCE. So a little bit of a mixed reaction from the market. There's this handle forming. Additionally, a nested cup as well. So building that liquidity to give us our upside here, which this is very good. This is very, very good for us wanting to enter our puts because again, this is still the liquidity for very large head and shoulders. Okay. Um, and with our 5 mob being underneath us, that's exactly where the dealers want to test today, very likely, especially since we've already been within the very top range of this 5 mod level today. Very likely they're trying to grab this liquidity to pull into that range. So I do have my watch list open. I do have those puts getting ready to be bought, but I'm not buying them yet. I just have the page opened in case we get our push to the upper Bollinger here. Now, one thing that I know most are going to be looking for is very likely this entire cup to close here. I'm not entirely sure we will get that. Okay, this might be very, very tricky liquidity where they try to do some type of double top or something like that. Um, but we will try to see if we can get the position at the top of this cup. And again, we're not going to be entering early just because we're getting a little bit of downside here. We're going to be super, super, super patient. The upper Bollinger is at the 750.96, so we will wait for that level. Do apologize for my voice sounding so rough today. I've been coughing all night last night, but I do feel great. My voice is just shot, so. Yep, and we're still inside yesterday's range too, which makes me do think that they do want to, break this range to test the downside. Once we actually do get our entry here. Which is building. I'm pretty sure there's a handle building on this cup right now. Yep, so we should be getting a breakout to the upside. Thank you, Nimble. I appreciate it. Okay, so we are pushing the upside. Our put entry has entered, so I'm going to go ahead and enter. Okay. Now again, let's go ahead and look at our hedge positions here. Massive, massive push to the upside. So for the hedge calls, obviously we're not going to be taking the 752s because that's going to be way too expensive here. But let's look at the 756s here. Hold on, I'm trying to get those pulled up really quick. So we did enter our puts. Hold on, I'm trying to pull SPY up on my phone really quick. The 752 calls are too expensive for a hedge, so I want the 756 calls for a hedge, okay? Okay, so since I have I have four of the 750 puts, I went ahead and took one of the 756 calls against them, just in case we continue getting this push to the upside. But this was our put entry, so we're gonna go ahead and mark that. It's basically like right in that range. Okay, and from this entry, we're looking for the 20 MA. Now, I do want to look at the VVIX because this should coincide with, yep, there's that push down to the lower Bollinger there. So with the lower Bollinger being pushed here, our expectation should be that volatility should get ready to start picking back up again. We have our very, very quality entry into the puts overall. And they did close this larger cup, which does invalidate some of this handle or some of this right shoulder. But even if this cup has closed, this is still the put entry because at the top of a cup, what do we expect? Bearish structure. Okay, so our put entry should have been very, very quality here. So with that said, let's go ahead and get our conditional orders set. Okay, so looking at our puts, if you're using Webull, you press sell to, excuse me, sell to close, go down to conditional orders. market conditional order. Make sure it's set to the operator of less than, okay, not greater than, so less than. And we're going to do less than 750.47, okay, 750.47. So that's slightly above that 20 month. At that point, I'll be selling 3 of those positions plus the call hedge, and I will be leaving a runner to run to the downside if we're going to be experiencing our downside. It's okay, our entry was still very, very quality. Because remember, even if this is a closed cup, we're still looking for the bearish structure on top. Okay, so our put entry still very fine here. Nothing I'm concerned with in the slightest. We should be getting some form of bearish structure here and pulling down. Okay, so I'm very happy with our put entry. We do have the calls hedged so that if we do have some crazy breakout to the upside, then we're going to be safe. Okay, so that's why we do hedge those calls. And now we just wait. See that we're starting to taper just a little bit. We're still above the upper Bollinger because obviously this was a very large candle to the upside. But it is starting to pull downward and pull away from this upper Bollinger slightly. Upper Bollinger is currently at the 752.34, so we should be seeing that starting to expand away from that. Now with the volatility, we did push downward. We pushed down all the way to the 85.70. We're back up to the 88.09. Okay, so this is telling us that we should be seeing a little bit of downside throughout equities, especially if we see continuation within this volatility to the upside. That cup and handle broke out. Super, super nice. And if this turns into another cup, then that's fine. We're just going to continue holding the position here. Again, we have the upside hedged, so if we're going to have some massive breakout to the upside, then we're going to be good on those puts, but I still like our put entry. With the top of a cup here, again, we expect bearish structure to the downside to form a handle. If this is going to remain bullish, then that handle will give us another breakout to the upside. Okay, so regardless, I'm still very, very convicted in our puts here. I think they're great. And if there's going to be a call entry on the day, the market will give that to us as well. So we are simply just taking basically the strategy is the same, only except we're just taking a hedge position against that. Okay, just in case we get, continued push to the upside or something crazy, especially with potentially there being this Iran deal coming through, then, who knows if we break out all the way to the 6 or the 760 or something today, right? So that's why we have those 756 calls hedged. Okay, they're purely a hedge right now, but I am fully anticipating our downside. On this downside, we will go ahead and pretty much cut those hedges as well. Now I'm going to change this to right there, just so that we're all in the same boat. Now we are starting to get our downside. Upper Bollinger is currently above us now, so we are starting to pull away from the upper Bollinger. And our put should just about any second now start pulling to green. My entry on the puts are at 0.53 per. Okay. Yeah, I know, Lorenz. We basically only had like that the last 2 days being tougher streams. Um, I have only the single. I'll type it out. Should make it much easier. Okay, so our puts are in the green. Again, we have a conditional set or conditional order set to hold on, let me double check. I have mine set to the 750.47. Let's go ahead and bump that up to the 57, just because we did have the upper Bollinger or the middle Bollinger pull upward slightly, and we do want to make sure we profit off of those positions. Now I know this cup has closed, okay, but I'm still kind of looking for this daily 5-mo test, especially if this candle was news driven. Um, that means that we can definitely still pull down and retest our 5-mo. So if you're bullish on today, that's absolutely fine. We will find a call entry. Um, but for now, we're in our puts looking for some of this downside in this handle. The market conditionals, so I'll type that out too. Hold on 1 second, let me just make sure I am typing this out properly. Okay, so that should be the market conditional order. And we're starting to see some of this downward structure here, so that's good. Should fully be looking for our 20-mo exit. VVIX has been pulling upward pretty much since the news drop after the major candles into the lower Bollinger, which is still telling us that very likely volatility will be pulling up towards the 20-mo itself. So again, we're going to be very, very patient. We're not going to FOMO and exit or anything else. We entered our puts very, very prime today, and now we're just waiting for this continued taper from the upper Bollinger and our push into the 20-mo here. I want to look at semis and QQQ as well. So semis, they did not even fully close their cup to the upside on that news drop. So that's kind of a divergence we're looking for the bearish outlook. QQQ did definitely close a smaller cup here, but not that larger cup, so it didn't invalidate um, the full head on this Head and Shoulders yet. But it does look like it's trying to invalidate this right shoulder. So um, we do see that between SPY and QQQ. SPY here did invalidate the Head and Shoulders. As you can see, it has this very large cup. And with that very large cup, again, we expect bearish structure at the top here. We do have this cup formed here, which I'm still not fully convinced in, because again, checking the daily time frame, we haven't 5-MA tested since the 22nd, and the 5-MA is currently at the 748.40, so we should be expecting that push down to retest that level, okay, even if this is news driven. We see within our ADL/OBV, which again, this is an indicator that kind of works like a bank account. So if you see it moving upward, money is being pushed into it. If you see it pulling downward, money is being withdrawn. We saw that very large push upward, and now we're seeing a little bit of tapering in here. Little upward taper, but I do expect this to pull down. Our volatility is still slightly elevated since that original push down as well. So we should be getting our downside. 1 minute time frame can be forming a bit of a inverse head and shoulders here. Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. So let me read the comments. And no, there has not been a call entry yet. That's why we're being very, very patient. No call entry has been taken yet, other than the hedge for our original puts. Okay. So we're being very patient on that. Now, if we have 2 of the 750 puts, should we set the MCO for one contract and leave the other to run? Yes. Yes, you should. Because if we're going to be getting our downside, which it's a little hard to see when we have very positive news, but if we're going to be getting our downside today, then the downside is going to be fairly large. Okay, so we do want our runner contract for that. Yep, still looking for bearish structure to form in here at the top. And our volatility is still pulling upward. So this does mean that dealers are hedging positions. Okay. Which means that we should be experiencing that downside. So I'm still very happy with our entry. I don't think that we're going to push back up here and get another entry. Um, but if we do, then I will slightly add to that. But I'm not really expecting that to occur here. The upper Bollinger is at the 753.31, so we would have to push up basically a whole nother 50 cents, 60 cents from where we are currently. Can we do that? Absolutely, but we do have our volatility picking up. So, um, some signals telling me that very, very likely we're going to get our push downward towards this 20 mile very soon here. And I want to check the HIG. HIG bought up all the way to the 80.24, but it has been pulling down. It's back to the 80.19. Just looking at QQQ semis. Semis still struggling here. They haven't completed this cup. Um, couldn't even complete that cup. So far, not even looking like completing this cup. So semis are still looking fairly weak, which for the SPY that should give us, that push to the downside. No, I'm not adjusting the conditional order just yet. I am looking for us to start pushing downward, and as we start pushing downward, the 20 MA will start pulling downward as well. So I'm not changing that order just yet, but if we do start pushing down quite a bit, and if the 20 MA hasn't been pulling down, then we will edit that order. So our puts are about to start gaining if we can, you know, get this candle to the downside. Okay, puts finally in the green. Again, we're just being very patient for our 20 MA exit. We're not going to rush this. And even though we might have that Iranian deal coming through, I still have a somewhat bearish bias today just because of the daily 5 MA. That's a very, very, very key level, and I do think the market will try to claim that today. And we're just being very patient for our exit. Now, volatility has still been climbing ever since we hit that lower Bollinger like we discussed. So this is really still alluding to, the market pulling down since dealers are having to start hedging positions. And we do see this inverse head and shoulders playing out. So with this nested inverse cup, we should expect a very slight pull upward into pulling back down. Finish out the handle on that. And I'm not editing my conditional order just yet. Again, we are expecting the 20 mod to start pulling downward as we get closer to it. But if we do need to change it, we will. Okay, my put premium's starting to gain quite a bit, even though the price action is moving to the upside. So to me, that's a good thing. That means that puts are starting to get purchased out a little bit more. So we're just waiting for this handle on this inverse cup, and we should get our downside. Our volatility is still picking up, and very likely HIG will be pulling down. Did go down to the 18 or the 8018. It's currently at the 8019. I do expect it to start pulling down quite a bit more. Again, still looking for our move to the downside. And with volatility, see a little bit of a pull down, but still fairly elevated. We see this inverse cup and handle forming that smaller handle. Should be getting our move down very, very soon here. Yep, I think we have a lot more room on the put, so just continue being patient for that 20 mile exit. One minute time frame still holding strong. And our VPIX still elevated. Can't talk today. Still elevated. So looking for that to pull up basically to the 20 MA. Should coincide with the downside we are expecting. On the 1 minute time frame, we are at the 20 MA, so I am expecting a rejection off that level to the downside. Our ADL and OBV still tapering in here, slight upside. We are looking for this to continue pulling downward to show that, there is selling going on. Yep, we're just gonna be super patient on our put exit because I do think that this was a bit of a liquidity grab as well. Um, Again, I do have sort of a bearish outlook on the day, but in terms of positioning, we're going to be, fairly neutral in terms of we're going to be taking calls at the lower Bollinger, puts at the upper Bollinger. We are seeing that taper from the upper Bollinger so far, so let's continue writing that down into the 20 MA, just like normal. Sorry, I was just reading some of the comments. Yeah, and even on the hourly, um, yes, we absolutely. So one thing about the upper Bollinger, and this kind of goes for upper Bollingers in general, is that usually with the first candle you secure the level, and usually with that second candle you do see a higher high before seeing that downward consolidation. Now, I'm not so sure we're going to be seeing that here, um, but we do see that within the hourly there was that put entry within the 30-minute time frame. We're still within the upper Bollinger, so we should be expecting that pull downward as well. And back to our 5-minute time frame. 1 minute time frame here, excuse me. We can be trying to form a smaller cup here. Which, if that's the case, then we'd be looking for a handle to pull up to that upside, form the cup, top of the cup, expect bearish structure before pulling back down again. So hopefully that isn't the case, but that would be how we would have to trade this if that happens to be the case. So now with our volatility, let's see what's going on with it. Volatility still picking up, so it did pull down all the way to the 68.40. It is back up to the 68.60, 68.61. So I am looking for this to kind of invalidate here. This cup has not closed. So if we see this fail and not close this cup to the upside, then this still creates this liquidity to the downside. Okay. So we'll see if this cup gets filled to the upside or not. Let's see, inverse head and shoulders on QQQ. If anything on QQQ, you do have this cup, handle. This bottom is starting to invalidate this handle right here. Okay, so if we see that push down too much further, that will be invalidating the handle, but it doesn't fully invalidate the cup yet. Okay, we do need to see this close all the way down for that downward invalidation. However, I do see the cup and handle formed. Okay. Potentially that could lead to a breakout, but I'm really not anticipating that. 5-minute time frame as well, also showing this taper from the top. Let's check our semis. Semis kind of in the same boat here. We do have this smaller head and shoulders building. Which can take us down and invalidate this previous cup, which is currently right there. Okay, so we will be looking to see if that occurs. On SPY, we've not filled this cup. Okay, so far, there's still this smaller head and shoulders building. Which again, on the 5-minute time frame, this is telling me that very likely we're going to be heading down to our 21. Now, again, I'm not changing the order on the conditional order just yet. Good job, David. Hope you had a good day. On our OBV as well, we see that even though it's chopping, it is trying to pull down. Basically, ever since that very large pull to the upside, it's been pulling down. So I do anticipate our downside to come in very soon here. And let's check semis. Excuse me one second. Sorry, my throat cuts out. Been coughing all night, so. This right shoulder is still very present on semis. So if we continue to push down, that will play out. But if we pull upward, then that will be trying to create more of this cup basically up to the 567. Still have the liquidity for that right shoulder. And I want to check the VVIX here again. VVIX pulled down very slightly. It's at the 86.47. Also want to check the HIG as well. Again, the HIG is up to 80.21. So a little bit of buying from that selling. but not all the way back up to where it was from that primary candle. So that can allude into some market buying. But again, if we do see a rejection here, then this head and shoulders will play out very, very nicely. Now we are going to change the conditional orders just a little bit because the 20 MA has been pulling upward. So currently they're set to 750.57. We're going to set this to 751.07. And once we start pulling down, we can adjust that if necessary. This head and shoulders still not invalidated yet. Semi seeing a bit of a push upward, which has invalidated that right shoulder, so we can call this a cup now. So again, that can lead to a breakout. On SPY here, this smaller head and shoulders has been invalidated as well. Very likely getting ready to pull up to the 752.98. That would close this smaller cup here. Has not touched the level just yet. Got very close, but has not hit the level just yet. Still fully kind of expecting it to do so though. Just watching it very closely. And I want to look at our VVIX while this is going on. So VVIX is at the 86.46. Still elevated, but it has pulled down from that 86.60 range that it was at. We'll see if we get a uptick or downtick in that in just a second. So we should be getting ready to hit this 752.98. And our VPIX is still at 86.48. So no real movement there yet. $86.49. At the 86.50, so it's ticking upward very, very slightly here. Really watching this range close because if we get a rejection at this or prior to the 752.98, then that's going to be really, really crucial because that means that the bullish structure has not completed. But if we hit that level, then that level will be, or that structure will be filled out. But so far looking like a rejection. A little too soon to say so far. We see the OBV continuing to pull down here. Semi's still pushing though. The anticipation should be that they're going to push all the way back up to that 567. But again, if they do reject that range, if they do start pulling down prior to that, then that's going to be really crucial because that then turns this into an inverse cup and handle rather than trying to form a cup to the upside. Okay, so we're in between some major structures currently between the SPY, semis, and everything else right now. Upper Bollinger is at the 754.03. 20 mile at the 751.24. And our VVIX is pulling downward currently, so it's at the 86.39, or 36, excuse me. So we might be seeing an upward breakout again, and if that's the case, we will just re-enter, additional puts on the upper Bollinger. Okay, so on the 1 minute time frame, our cup did close. This smaller cup right here. And with that closing, I do want to look at semis. Very, very close to that. Yep, they're going to close that cup here, which for us, that's a good thing on the put side because that's telling us that from the top of this cup, we do expect bearish structure. And so we should be expecting a little bit of downside within semis after that. Okay. Now there is this larger cup at the 586.63. They can definitely go for that before doing that pull down, but the same still applies, is that would still be the top of a cup, and it would still actively work in favor of our put positions. Yep, if this pushes the upper Bollinger again, then we would be adding the second block of puts. So nobody should be down crazy much right now. Again, we've been taking very, very small positions, waiting for proper entries. So if we get the additional push to the upper Bollinger, we will enter more puts into that. Excuse me. 2K profits, that's awesome. Love to hear it. I need to drink something really quick. 1 second, everybody. Sorry about that, I am back. So we're just waiting at this point. Either we're going to get another upper Bollinger push and be able to enter our second block of puts. So I'm gonna drag that up there. Okay. Or we're gonna find a I can't talk. Or we're gonna find a rejection before that. Now, VVIX didn't pull up to the 20 MA. Starting to see a little bit of downside, which means that dealers aren't hedging as much. Um, so remember, downside in the VVIX usually alludes to buying within the SPY and the overall equities. So far, it is telling us very likely we should be getting that push into the upper Bollinger again for an additional put entry. There shouldn't be a delay or anything. If anything, there should be like a 15-second delay at tops. Semi's pushing that larger cup as well, which means that again, we should be expecting downside. Especially in semis, this is a very large cup, so we should be expecting quite a bit of downside. Correct, we're still holding the 750 puts. Now on this next move, maybe we should target a 751. I want to look at the price of that. So the 751 puts are actually fairly cheap today too. So I do think if we push into this, we're going to get the 751s. And we're going to keep the 750s going, but I do want to add some of those 751s if we get our upper Bollinger push here. It's absolutely okay. Trading safe is, exactly what we're trying to do. So even if you took profits and everything early, that's completely fine. As long as you end the day, neutral or green, then That's exactly what the plan is. Even if it's trading a little different than I am, that's completely fine, you know. Yeah, that would be the upper Bollinger that you're looking at on the day. So the daily time frame upper Bollinger is at the 7:58:54. So basically the thesis of today is either either um we're going to push down, retest the 5 mod, which we have not done today, or we're going to have a upper Bollinger push, basically, you know, heading up to that 758, 55 plus. I don't expect that level to hit today. Very likely, you know, if we do continue upward, that would hit, you know, very likely tomorrow. Um, but with semis completing the top of their cup, um, I do think we have a bit of room to pull down. So if we can get our entry here onto additional puts, I'll be very happy. The HIG is buying up very nicely. And the VVIX is pulling down quite a bit too. So it's at 86.18. Now I remember someone earlier saying, should we take the puts before, because we were trending down at that point in open, should we take the puts to capitalize and on this downtrend? Well, this is exactly why we didn't take the puts earlier. We wait for our, you know, basically our prime entries, then we take the puts. These puts from the first entry did not give us our 20 mil. That's entirely okay. We're going to use the puts from the second entry while keeping these first puts to be able to take profit, and very likely that the first set of puts will profit as well. If not, then they should at least cut even. Now we haven't had our entry just yet, so in terms of the second set of puts, hold on, let me say bye to my daughter really quick. It's because the dealers are listening, Diana. I don't know why. I swear, like, the last 3 streams have been just every single move we call out, they do the exact opposite right after we positioned. Even though I still stand by my entries and everything, it's been a little frustrating. Because it's like even here, they're tapering it out and not even giving us our second put entry. And they haven't closed the top of this cup yet either, so it's a little frustrating. Starting to see quite a bit of shares being sold in the time and sales. I only track share sells or buys above 999 shares, and I'm pretty much seeing nothing but selling going on right now. So we should be seeing the VVIX ticking upward very soon. Now I am going to go ahead and enter just a couple of those 751 puts, even though it's not at our most opportune entry. Um, Seeing quite a lot of selling going on in the shares right now, and with this being very close to our entry, um, I'm okay with it. I'll just simply add to that. If you want to be patient, then I highly suggest being patient for that level. Um, but for me, I'm seeing this cup not being closed. And if they're not closing that cup, which it looks very close, but they haven't. If they're not closing that cup, then what does this turn into? This turns into a very gnarly double top. Okay. Which heavily supports kind of what we've been expecting out of at least semis right now, because semis closed their cup. Semis did fully close their cup. And so we are expecting bearish structure to start forming at the top here. Okay. That can absolutely be pulling on the SPY. So I did take that very, very, very light entry of the 751s there. Okay, I am going to go ahead and mark that. Any thoughts on drip? Let me check drip today. I'm not worried about drip. Let me look at USO. See, ever since that news of the peace deal, what's USO been doing? It's just been pulling upward. I mean, it was all the way down to the 127.77. It's back up to the 131.40, 131.50, excuse me. And still seeing share buys on the side here. So that can definitely weigh against the market, even though technically we're receiving some good news with the potential of that peace deal going through. So I like drip here. Um, I know some people advise against drip because it's not just oil, it also includes natural gas, and um, so it's not like taking just a USO short or something like that. But with natural gas and everything, when oil prices pull down, even if natural gas prices pull up slightly, it's not going to be enough to very, very adversely affect the downside of drip. Okay. Unless we see natural gases just explode to the upside. That'd be a totally different story. But so far, you know, I'm not saying that. I'm not really anticipating that at all, which means that very likely a lot of the oil side of drip is going to be what the valuation comes from. So I like the shares. Currently I'm up quite a bit. I still like GDXY, but an even better one that I've been looking into is GDXW. Okay, the shares are more expensive, but it still pays a weekly dividend, and it also gains from gold growth. So, It's basically like the same as GDXY, except slightly better. Um, the dividend is very, very large. Okay, I like that dividend quite a bit. So I've been adding profits to GDXY or GDXW shares. I was positioned pretty heavily in GDXY at one point, but I have swapped over to GDXW because of those reasons. So our volatility still pulling downward a little bit. I do expect this to tick up, um, assuming top of the cup has been hit on semiconductors. We are expecting bearish structure to start forming here to give us a pull downward. Now on SPY, I want to look at the 1 minute time frame. This looks very much so like a cup and handle, but the liquidity has not closed fully. Um, but again, if we do pull upward to the upper Bollinger, I will slightly add to those 751 puts. But currently, I'm in my puts. I have my 2 entries. I'm ready to go. I do have my call hedges from the original entry. And I'm just waiting for the movements to happen. Our daily 5 mile has been pulling up slightly, so I think it's last time we checked it was at the 749 somewhere in there. So our 5 mile level is still very much within the scope of the day. They have not given us a great call entry on the day yet. Um, again, hold on 1 second, I need to drink something. Apologize, my voice keeps cutting out today. I've been coughing all night last night, so I do apologize. Anyway, um, I don't remember what I was saying before I start coughing. Um, I like our positions currently, even though we are seeing a little bit of chop. Our VVIX is at the 8613. We see our OBV kind of just idling here. I mean, we had a little bit of a push upward, but just a lot of up, down, up, down, up, down. And we can also see in the OBV here too that this cup top hasn't completed. So even though it looks very close, technically that has not completed. So this can turn into a double top. We have semis, which did complete a major cup, and so we are expecting bearish structure at the top of that cup. QQQ, let's see what QQQ is doing. I want to delete some of these old drawings. I don't care about them right now. QQQ did close this cup, and from closing that cup, we should be expecting bearish structure at the top. So a lot of different signals are telling us that we should be expecting some downside here. Okay, because even if the market's bullish, at the top of a cup, you still expect bearish structure to pull down to grab that bullish liquidity. Okay, so I'm very, very okay with us in our short positions here. I'm not changing the market conditional order just yet. Again, I do think that once we start pulling downward, we will try to aim for this daily 5 mile, and that'll coincide with a lot of these different cup handles. So it's kind of what I'm looking for structurally so far. Now again, within SPY, we absolutely could do another upper Bollinger push here. If we do, that'll just be when we enter, technically that'll be my third block because I did enter a second block right there. So that would be our third entry. Again, I'm keeping my calls from the original entry still going and hedged. Okay. As you know, basically that's the upside insurance if we have some massive breakout. You know, if we start pushing this 756, 757 plus, you know, if the Iran deal goes well and everything, then those calls will hedge the puts very well. And the put premium right now is actually pretty low, which is a good thing for us currently when we were taking puts at the top here. We do see a small spike out of the VVIX, but nothing too remarkable just yet. QQQ, again, we're looking for a pull down here because we are at the top of a cup. Same with semis. Semis are pulling down very, very slightly, so this should lead to SPY getting our pull down. Okay, and again, we did not close that cup, so this can turn into a double top and really give us a pretty large sell down within the day. I'm gonna pull this call hedge sign right here down just a little bit, just so it's not in the way. We'll contend with that once we get to the lower Bollinger. But we are just currently being patient. We are starting to see that pull down out of semis. Need to start seeing it out of QQQ as well. Form that bearish structure. And again, if we do pull upward towards the upper Bollinger, that will be that additional entry. We're starting to see the VVIX tick upward very, very lightly, which is telling us that some form of dealers are hedging their positions. Now it does look like we're getting ready to close this cup here. Which, if that's the case, then again, we're still looking for bearish structure at the top of that cup. This cup top should hit. We're only like 9 cents away from it. Did hit. Okay, so let's see if we will push all the way to the upper Bollinger or not. Semi still quite elevated. Same with QQQ. So we're not seeing the bearish structure just yet. Our VVIX is slowly ticking upward though. So I'm getting ready to buy a couple of these 751 puts if we pull up into the upper Bollinger again. Sorry, my voice just sounds terrible today. No, GDXW gains if gold heads up to all-time highs. It gains some of that growth from gold as well. Still holding the original 750 puts, yes. We're gonna be adding the 751s though. Okay. When we push up, assuming we're going to get our upward push here. And again, now semiconductors and everything, we have closed this very large cup. At the top of every cup, I do expect to have bearish structure. And the reason for that is because that's how you get the handle downward. From the handle downward, you can push back up again. So with semis closing that cup, with QQQ closing that cup, we should be very well within the bounds of starting to see bearish structure. Now, do we see QQQ try to go all the way for this 737 today? I really don't think so. But it really just depends on I guess the Iranian peace deal. With SPY here, we did close a cup. Okay, we closed this cup at the 753.99. Excuse me, I can't talk very well. And because of that, we are expecting bearish structure. Okay, because from the top of that cup, pull down, form a handle, from the handle, head upward. So even if we're bullish, we should be expecting this downside. Yeah, I already bought some of the 7. That's what these red entries are. Okay. I want to delete this yellow bar here. But that's what these red boxes are. Those are my put entries. Okay, so I did buy a block when we pulled up to the 753.97 here. Okay. I'm just waiting for that third entry if we push into the upper Bollinger. So let's see if we get our upper Bollinger push here. Upper Bollinger is at the 754.92. So basically pushing all the way to that 755. And once we get to that 755, I'm actually going to cut the original calls because they're 756 strike. Um, at that point, they're going to be, worth something. Um, so if we head to that 755, that's when I'll go ahead cut that hedge, and then we will determine an additional hedge to take at that point. Currently not down very much on the day though. Um, with both those put entries and then again being largely on the put side with just the call hedges, I'm only down $98 currently. Which once we start getting these handles on semiconductors, QQQ, and SPY, we will make back up the put money very, very quickly. So I'm not concerned about that. I'm really trying to be patient to wait for this upper Bollinger move to add to the Sim 51 contracts. Not going to be adding early since I already do have a block set. Yeah, and again, at the top of all these cups, we always expect handles to form, you know. Um, from those handles forming, we should get plenty of downside that we're expecting. So I want to take a look at the VVIX again. It is at 86.27, so it's kind of idling at this range. I do expect it to tick upward once semiconductors and QQQ really start pulling down and creating that bearish structure. So we're just being very patient. Looking like we're going to get our push to the upside. So again, once we get to this upper Bollinger, I will be adding additional puts. These will be the SEM 51 still. And very likely we're seeing the HIG doing very well. It's at 80.26, so definitely is doing very well. Semis did hit 574.14.
And QQQ is kind of the main one I'm looking at right now because I want to make sure that QQQ isn't trying to go for the 737 gap first. Okay, because that would be a very large push up in the SPY, which I'm not really expecting just yet. You know, we have this very large cup on the hourly. This isn't exactly indicative of a handle just yet. I would expect a much further push downward. Justin, I don't know how many contracts you're adding. Um, you might be adding a different amount of contracts. Why do I have a downside bias today when we're pushing so hard to the upside? Well, that's because of the daily 5 mile. Okay, the daily 5 mile is a level that's tested once every 5 days. Okay, on average. We tested this on 522, so technically we can wait another day, but we're very due for the 5 mile retest. So that's why I do have that downside bias. The upper Bollinger is at 758.66, so we would have to push basically a whole nother $5 to the upside to secure the bullishness on the day. So from a dealer perspective, what's more likely to occur here? Are we going to push another $5 to the upside, or are we going to see, the 5 mile, which is, you know, currently about $5 to the downside as well. So we do have quite a bit of range on the day, but for the upper Bollinger, we would have to secure a close basically above the 759. Okay, so with our hedge calls, the 759 would pay out all the weight on those calls, all the weight out, or all the weight on the puts. So that's why I have a downside bias. Um, I do believe the 5 mile is more so due for that test. And we also have these cups being closed. Okay, with these cups being closed, I do expect downside handles. Um, that's just something I look for constantly. So, so that's why I have the downside bias today. Um, Not that we can't push to the upside, but that would require a ton of pushing, and a lot of these symbols already form their cups. Um, for semis, we'd basically be pushing all the way back up to that 595 to secure that level on SPY. Can that happen? Absolutely. Um, I don't really expect that out of today though. QQQ. Can we push all the way to this 737.60? Absolutely. But I don't really expect that out of the day so far. We did close a very nice cup. I am expecting bearish structure, but we can head up and close this cup as well. Okay. On the hourly time frame, we see that we're pushed into the upper Bollinger, which is telling us that from upper Bollinger pushes, what do you see from there usually? Usually downside. Sometimes it could ride the upper Bollinger a little bit, but generally you see downside. So we're in that range where, for me, puts are very, very reasonable. So I know some people might be saying, oh, well, we're getting burned, blah, 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 blah. These are still the ranges that I take my puts in. Okay. This was that very, very tough chop day. But I take my puts at the upper Bollinger for a reason, because generally that's how you get your major downside. So, as much as you all want to judge me, I, I, I do this every single day. I do make, this is how I make my money, and I do have a very high consistency with it. So, I'm not going to change my style, um, even if the market's giving us a little bit of a hard time. You're very welcome. I know that, the last couple days have been hard, but again, this style is back tested. It does have a true consistency to it, and I'm going to continue following it and preaching it. Um, because I'm literally making my living off of this. Okay. I have, I don't know what more to say about that. It's just very hard when we have positions working against us, and unfortunately, the last couple of days have given us some trouble. But with all these cups being hit, with the upper Bollinger being exposed in the hourly time frame throughout pretty much the entirety of the market, a lot of signals are telling me that we really should be seeing some downside. Okay. Um, so that's why I'm holding puts. That's why I'm going to continue saying holding these puts here. Um, we do have the call upside hedged so that if we do go into the upper Bollinger here, we'll go ahead, take some profit, and re-add to those puts. But um, I still stand by every entry I do. So in no way at all do I intend to mislead or anything else. I would not be trying to teach classes if this was not something I consistently done with success. Now, I do want to look at the VVIX here. It's at the 8620, so has been pulling down slightly. Still elevated since that original candle. Semis are starting to pull down. They are starting to form this bearish structure and potentially this very large head and shoulders, which this would coincide with that bearish structure at the top of a cup. Okay, this is kind of exactly what I'm looking for. So if we see continuation within this, this is going to be very, very positive for our SPY positions. Okay. Let's check QQQ as well. QQQ starting to build that same potential head and shoulders. So we will be looking for that as well. And again, with QQQ hitting the top of that cup, this is kind of exactly what I'm expecting to see. I know, I understand. It's just there is a real method here, and it's not just me vibe trading. Um, you know, this is all back tested. This is all um, there's a real process here. And for me, it's a really beautiful process. It's taken a long time to create. It's taken um, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of losses to get to the point where I can sit here and navigate the day trades, or just, trading in general with consistency. Even if the market fights us a little bit, um, this is a method that has been built over blood, sweat, and tears. And it's something that makes me and many others, consistent profit. Okay. Um, Do we have drawdowns sometimes? Absolutely. But that is a part of trading because the market, we do not have control over the market, you know. Our technicals and everything can tell us this is a perfect entry, blah blah blah, and it could still go south. Um, Unfortunately, that's just how the market is. So we do need to have a little bit of drawdown. Now, something that people need to understand about day trading is that I only use about maybe 1% of my portfolio at a time. Not even that most days. Um, and for me that's being able to enter, multiple thousands of dollars. And so think about it from the perspective of if I'm using about 1% or less of my portfolio every single day, how many days can I go with straight losses without having an issue? Basically 100 days. Basically can lose for half of a year straight, um, without really being in too much trouble. Now, no, I'm not promoting that. I don't lose very often, but I am saying that you do need to have some drawdown in your account, and I do understand it's a little different for smaller portfolios. Okay, smaller portfolios when you only have a few $1,000s. Well, it's not possible for you to really sit there and use 1%. Okay, you might have to use, 20%. You might have to use 50%. Um, so I understand that the drawdown can be a little bit different on our ends here. Okay. Um, but I still have to stand by my technicals. And my technicals say that our entries most of the time pay off very well. And that's what we're looking for out of trading, is that most of the time they're going to pay off very well. Can we secure every single trade perfectly? Absolutely not. And I think that's a big misconception from a lot of traders. And I don't mean that in an egotistical way when I talk about the portfolio sizing either. It's just that's kind of part of the reality of what we're dealing with here, is that I can enter a few $1,000s worth of positions and basically have them go to zero without having a major meltdown or anything, because that's not going to blow my account up. Um, no, I don't want to reflect those losses onto anybody else. That's why I say keep our entries very small. Okay, keep our entries very small. But there is a backtested method to this, and the backtested method does say that our entries will pay off, most of the time. So we have to trust the process, and that's just simply how it's going to be. Yeah, it is very hard to live trade um while trying to teach and still be iron-willed. Um it's not easy, and especially on days where the positions aren't going well, like the last two sessions. It is very emotionally hard. It's very mentally hard. Because the last thing I want anybody in this chat to be doing is losing money. Okay? The bottom of my heart, I am here to help you guys become consistent traders. Okay? So I don't want anybody losing any money. So it does affect me quite greatly when people do. Um, I know people say it's not my responsibility, blah blah blah, but I'm still human. I still feel very emotional when people are losing money. So that's kind of just that. But I have to stand by our technicals. We are seeing this head and shoulders out of semis as well. So if we do continue pulling downward, create this right shoulder, then that will be part of that bearish structure that we're looking for. QQQ still has a little bit of room to go on that. I'm not really considering this the right shoulder just yet, but this is an oops, inverse cup and handle, which is kind of telling us that we should be alluding to that further downside. Okay, further downside on QQQ will build out that right shoulder. So everything so far is looking very solid for our puts. And I want to double check the VVIX. So the VVIX has been pulling down. It's at 8609. We do want to see this start pulling back upward, because that will, really signify that, yes, we're going to see that bearish structure to the downside. See this small head and shoulders here? It looks like this tried to complete a cup, but it did not. Okay, so because of that, this is still an inverse cup and handle. Okay, so far this is still somewhat bearish structure. It can change very quickly, because it is on the 1 minute time frame. But so far that's coinciding with what we're seeing in semiconductors and QQQ. And Alex, that's kind of exactly what I want people to do, is take the lessons that I'm teaching, use the good from them, and make a system that works very, very well for you. Because again, we're all individuals. We're all going to be seeing the charts differently. We're all going to be seeing the days differently, whether it's bullish or bearish or blah 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 blah. Um, just use anything good that I teach you and work on a system that works very well for you. This system works very well for me. Okay. Um, will it work very well for each and every person? Absolutely not. Okay. Um, I have made a couple videos. I do need to I do need to kind of remake it and redo the video again. Um, because I do think it is a little dated. Yeah, I really do feel like institutions are loading puts right now. I mean, the puts are just absolutely like pretty much free at this point. So I'm really expecting the puts to get loaded as well. But I will go ahead and make a video sometime going over the exact process. I know I have one somewhere, but again, I think it's like a year old, something like that. How many calls do I have? I have two of the calls going. Okay. Again, I have not been taking many positions today. Um, I have 6 puts overall, 2 calls going. If we get to this upper Bollinger again, I will basically just add two more of the 751 puts. Semi starting to see that right shoulder closing, which is, very, very positive for our put positions. But I want to see the VVIX continuing to rise. Um, this is going to be a major indicator for if dealers are really going to pull down that handle or not today. And the HIG did hit a high of 80.26. I am looking for some selling within the HIG because again, this is basically the top echelon of equity risk. So if they're going to be selling equities off, which means, the rest, basically the market, then they will be selling HIG as well. Okay, because there's no reason to buy into the HIG if the market's going to be selling. I want to look at NVIDIA here just for a moment. NVIDIA did close this nice cup, looking for that continued handle to the downside. I want to look at QQQ here. QQQ 1 minute time frame. We did close that inverse cups handle, and from that inverse cups handle, we do have a nested inverse handle starting to build there. So I am expecting our downside very, very soon here. I would just really like to see the VVIX start ticking upward to really give us some confirmation that that is going to happen. I got the calls at the first entry. So when we had that first candle upward, that's when I took the 756 calls. They are getting chopped up, but they were cheap OTMs, and I just had those purely as a hedge. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I don't think so. In terms of the repeat of yesterday, I'm not seeing the chop lasting too much longer. And the reason why is because we had a very, very large move right at the open basically. Um, from that opening move, yes, we're seeing some chop, but this chop is at the very top of multiple massive cups, or in, yeah, massive cups, excuse me. And because of that, we should be anticipating some downside really starting to occur here. We also have the 5 mile underneath us, which is the daily level I'm talking about when I talk about the 5 mile usually. That's going to be the daily level. So with the daily 5 mile being below us on semiconductors, QQQ, SPY, it has not been retested since 522. So we're very due for that retest. Okay. The current level on that is at the 748.63. So that means the upper bounds of that level will be the 750.63. So we're only $3 away from that level. I think that's very, very well within the cards of what can happen here today. The lower bounds of that level would be the 746. Okay, now 5 mile tests can happen over a 2-day period where you test the upper side first and then test the lower side. So we'll see if that's what happens today. But I still have the anticipation that we do pull down towards that 5 mile today. Okay, so that's the real expectation. I don't like 1DTs at all right now, and I know some people really do like them, but the market is just extremely volatile on both sides, which means that um, what's good today could be terrible tomorrow. What's terrible today could be absolutely great tomorrow. So, um, I don't like that very much. I don't like that a tweet can absolutely um, destroy positions in that aspect. So I like being a lot in cash for these 0DT trades. And I do have some longer term stuff going on, but I did not talk about that this week. This week has just been entirely focused on going over the technicals of 0DT trading. Nope, the calls are not making that much either, which is telling me that very likely dealers are trying to top out here. Um, doesn't exactly mean that's the case, but it does give me a lot more conviction that very likely they're trying to sell the calls off in this range. Um, because we did have that very, very adverse reaction in the, early morning, with that Iran deal. So we'll see, but that's what I'm expecting so far. Semi is continuing to work on this right shoulder. And if that right shoulder plays out, then we have a lot of liquidity to grab underneath it. Basically that entire level. Um, so if semis do create this bearish structure and complete it, if QQQ continues building this bearish structure and completes it, then our downside on the day will be very large. On SPY here, we have completed a bit of an inverse cup. From that inverse cup, we expect the upward handle before pulling back down. So we're still building liquidity to the downside here. Very soon, I do believe we should start seeing our VVIX rising again. So it did pull down to the 85, looks like this 85, 89 range. It is back to the 8604. Again, that's still not very much, but we do expect the upside from here. Okay, because it is at the lower Bollinger. So a lot of different signals are still telling us that we can be getting our pull down. You're very welcome, everyone. Thank you all for the kind comments. I do appreciate them. It's just very hard when you have a smaller portfolio, and I 100% understand where people are coming from because it's like you expect to take these positions that, are back tested with great accuracy, and then all of a sudden it doesn't work out, and then it's like, well, dang, now my account's blown up. Um, so I get that. All I can really say is just if your portfolio is smaller, just take less positions at a time. Semi seeing a little bit of a pull up here, but we'll see if this tries to close this cup or something. But so far, this is still very much within the bounds of this bearish liquidity. Has not been invalidated just yet. And QQQ, kind of the same thing here. Looking for additional bearish liquidity. Hasn't fully invalidated the right shoulder yet, but we'll see if it closes this cup to the upside and tries to form, a handle from that to continue upward. Because really the main concern that I have besides the VVIX today is this huge gap on QQQ. Okay. Um, if we go for that, that's going to be, roughly a whole $2 to $3 in QQQ here to the upside. Um, that'd be pretty brutal in terms of the SPY positions and semiconductor positions. So again, if we do push up to the upper Bollinger on the 5-minute time frame, I will make the third entry. One-minute time frame, we have not closed this cup yet or anything. Um, very close, but this can still invalidate, so we'll watch for that. VVIX is slowly pulling up. It's at the 86.05. So a little bit of dealer hedging in here. Now it's still still surprising we're having a chop day because we have had quite a bit of news. We've had data this morning. We've had news of the potential Iran deal. VVIX just ticked upward to 86.14, so we should be seeing the pull downward. If we see this pull downward, that should take us down to the 753.67. If that's the case, that does invalidate this potential cup that's trying to form. So we will be watching for that. It's so hard to talk today, I apologize. Semiconductors here. Do have a little bit of a cup here. So we'll see if we see, get continuation within that, but this can still be that right shoulder, as wonky as it looks. VVIX up at the 86.15. And I want to take a look at QQQ. QQQ has not closed this cup to the upside, so technically, as wonky as this looks, this can still be a head and shoulders liquidity. VVIX continuing to tick upward. So if we can see the pull down here, that would invalidate this potential bullish structure on the 1 minute time frame, which again would help build this larger bearish structure that we're looking for. Absolutely, so the news can definitely hold against the technicals. However, there's a large caveat to that, is that the technicals usually try to trade within the news as well. Okay, so it's sort of like when we had the upper Bollinger get pushed here. You see how the upper Bollinger stayed very elevated for a while before slowly pulling down? It was expecting that push back upward towards that range in case we did get that good news. Same when we started, same when we started pulling back upward again. You see how it really starts expanding quite heavily to the upside. It's trying to open up that same range again, saying, hey, potentially we're going back up to that range again. Get ready. The technicals usually do try to take into account the news. Sometimes the news pushes outside of the technicals, but usually the algorithms are going to adjust for that. Whether this turns into a fair value gap to the downside, that's too early to be seen, but usually the technicals do play into the new sets. I'm gonna mute for a second and drink some water so I don't sound like a chain smoking old man. So, one moment. Apologize for that. Just waiting for either this push upward to enter more positions and exit those calls, or the push downward so that we can actually start profiting off of these put positions. This bullish structure has not completed yet, so again, if this does not complete, this will close to the downside and form an inverse cup. which is what I'm looking for. But, you know, we are very close to completing this cup to the upside too, so we have to be, you know, obviously very aware of that. We have the VVIX still pulling upward. It did pull up all the way to the 86.20. It's currently at the 86.15. I do expect it to pull above this 20 mile range as it's been below that level for basically days now. Um, so it's kind of due for a pull upward. And again, with the top of these cups being hit, I do really expect some of that downside to hit. So we do have the pull upward on SPY. Does invalidate this inverse cup. Now, if we get the push into the upper Bollinger here on the 5-minute time frame, that will take us basically all the way to the 740 or 754.83. That will be when we exit those hedged calls and enter into additional puts to the downside. And I'll be looking at probably the 760 calls once we do get to this range, as an upside hedge just in case. So once we get, if we push up to the upper Bollinger here, what we can do is, if you want, okay, and it's entirely up to you, it's based on your risk and everything else, you can exit these first puts, okay, because obviously we've been pushed upward quite a bit today. We would have to pull down pretty heavily to recover these, okay. Um, for me, I'm going to continue to hold them, but you can absolutely cut those puts, and the call from this point will be very close to making some profit at that point if we push into the upper Bollinger. So the loss shouldn't be super large from this position if you didn't overexpose. Now these 751 puts, at that previous entry that I took, I'm going to keep them going, and I'm going to add to that position once we get to the upper Bollinger. Okay, so that's how we offset some of that risk, is that we say, okay, this first move, we expected it to pull to the 20 mile. That didn't occur. Ever since that point, we've gotten a ton of chop, and because of that, that's pulled our 20 mile upward, to the point where those 750 puts would have to push all the way to the lower Bollinger to really start gaining some weight again. So we just target new strikes, okay? Puts are very cheap today. We can target new strikes, whether you want to add to the 751s, maybe you want to get 753s, that's kind of up to you, but this is still going to be our put entry, and this is when we're going to exit the calls from the original range. So hopefully that makes sense. Those hedge calls are definitely helping. They have been getting chopped up quite a bit, but with this upside now, they are starting to come back a little bit. And again, from all this chop, something has to happen. Excuse me. Something has to happen from all this chop. Um, you know, even if it's towards the end of the day, which I really hope it doesn't end up being that way, but even if that does occur, we're still going to stick to our technicals, still stick to our put entries, and we're still going to look for that downside. And this would be the exact same as if we were, you know, holding this lower Bollinger range as well. Um, you know, you sell strength and buy weakness. Okay, that's how you make a lot of money in the market, even if emotionally and psychologically it could be very hard to do that. Um, you want to try to sell the top, buy the bottom. The way we time the tops are with these 5-minute upper Bollinger moves. Sometimes those tops can get pushed upward, but that's how you time the tops. Same with the bottoms. That's how you time the bottoms to buy that weakness. Um, yes, I do. This is my full-time career. I'm going to be exiting those calls at this upper Bollinger because again, once you get to the upper Bollinger, that's basically telling you that we're off the road at that point. Okay. Can we continue pushing into the upper Bollinger throughout the rest of the session? Yes, we can. But again, I'm expecting bearish, excuse me, really can't talk today very well. I'm expecting bearishness at the top of some of these cups. Okay. Um, so I'm okay with selling those calls there because that's usually where I enter my puts. Those calls were just a hedge to begin with. So if you want to keep holding those calls, that's absolutely fine. It's entirely up to you. It's literally insurance on your positions. So if you want to continue to hold those, feel absolutely free. Upper Bollinger is at the 754.90. So I'm getting ready to take more puts. And I am taking the 751s here. Again, I'm only adding, you know, just a few positions here. You can get higher strikes as well. I might look at the 753s here in a second, but I do want to add to these 751s. Put premium on the day is very, very, very cheap right now, which is good for us. And I'm also going to add a few of these 752s, I think, once we do push into that range. So it's 20% of the full position. Okay. I'm not hedging the contracts 1-to-1. I'm just hedging kind of 20% of the position. Okay, so I've very lightly added to my puts. And when I'm talking very lightly, I took 2 of the 751s and 2 of the 752s. Very, very cheap, okay? Those 2 752s only cost me 0.18 per. Okay, so very, very cheap puts today. No one should be getting absolutely blown out of the water here. The only position that I have down that's super, super significant is those 750 puts, which I'm, again, I'm okay with that. I do believe that based on all the other signals that we will get a pull downward today, and I will be able to recover those puts for at least neutral. So I am holding on to those. I'm not going to tell you to hold on to those. If you want to cut those positions, feel absolutely free to do so. Same with the calls. If you want to ride the calls, continue riding those calls. If you want to cut them, you can. I cut mine for a very small loss because I really don't think that we're going to get some crazy, crazy upside here, but I can be wrong, and it could be in your best interest to do so. So, some eyes do look like they're trying to form a cup here, basically at that 7 or that 574.18. However, if it rejects, we do have a little bit of liquidity for a smaller Head and Shoulders. And I know some might be wondering how come we didn't take, basically at the money or in the money calls today. Um, with this upside, how come we're not having a call bias? We haven't had a call entry. We have not had a single good call entry today. Okay. Um, if there's no good call entry, then I don't want it. Even if there is upside to be gained. That's just not how I trade. I've been doing this for multiple years now, and I have had a period of time where I did have an extended loss. But that was largely based on my health. So I did have about a year, a year and a couple months where it was hard for me to even get out of bed. I was dealing with massive, massive fatigue where I would sleep through positions, I would sleep through alarms, I would sleep through appointments. Um, I could not get up. Um, I don't know if it was some major depression type of thing or something like that, but just getting up to go to the restroom was next to impossible at most moments. So during that time, I did lose quite a lot trading, but that was because I physically just could not navigate my trades. Um, Ever since my health's been coming back, I've been doing very, very well. Technically, it was the last 2 days that I've lost really any money on in over, 3 or 4 months now. Besides, I had an $8 loss about a month and a half ago. Um, so there are times where you get drawdowns, and that can be due to all sorts of reasons. For me, again, I really largely attribute it to my health, just because if you can't navigate trades, then how are you supposed to make money on them? So, um, yeah, thank you. I'd really like to talk to you about that. Because I struggled with that for literally probably about a year and 3 months where I couldn't even get out of bed. I was physically struggling with everything. I mean, even the most simple tasks, um, was like trying to climb a mountain for me. So I did get smoked during that time, in the market. I won't lie about that. There was a period during last year, with Oracle during their earnings where it was towards the top of an upper Bollinger on the daily time frame. And so I took a very, very heavy short position against semiconductors. And Oracle had that super, super good earning where they got, I think, what, like $300 billion, $500 billion overnight. The shares went from 130 to like 330 overnight. And that was a big loss. Um, that was something that I should have hedged against, but I didn't put a lot of weight into Oracle at the time. I didn't really expect for them to get some, $500 or $500 billion deal overnight. Um, that was like a $130,000 loss for me. Now, I've completely recovered that since then. Um, and up on the year, I am up significantly ever since we had that win that last Thursday. Um, but consistently, I do win with this trading style and everything. So oh, it was terrible. It made me feel beyond sick. Um, but as a trader, there's only one way out, and that's to make good trades and move forward. So I focused a lot on trying to get my health back, and now that my health is pretty much back, I know it doesn't sound super great right now, but that's because I've had the flu. Um, I've been doing very, very well. I apologize for that with you, Shane. Um, I don't know how, out of 10 days, you've gone 80% red. Um, Technically, just the last two trading sessions for me have been losses. So unless you've been overcommitting or not taking the exits or something, then something's occurring on your end, and I hate to say that, but um, it was these last 2 days of chop that have been, you know, losses for me. Other than that, I've been absolutely killing it, especially this month. This month has been very, very good for me. Thank you, Jared. I appreciate it. Do you think there's a chance we go to 758 first? I think the possibility is definitely real, and let's just turn off the drawings because again, today we're either going to go down to the 5 mile, which is still roughly about $5 downward from where we're at, or we're going to be heading to the upper Bollinger. Now for the upper Bollinger, we have to close above that level for it to really count, or else it turns into a bearish condition. I'm not going to explain that in this class because that's a very, very advanced mechanic. Um, but some of those upper Bollinger rejections can turn into some of the most bearish price action. However, we're between two ranges. We're either going to claim that upper Bollinger or we're going to retest this 5 mile. Now, we are due for a 5 mile retest, so that's kind of why I'm so heavily leaning to the downside. Also, the reason why I'm leaning to the downside again is because we have not had any entries. There's not been any very, very clean entries here. Um, I would add to a different put, instead of the 750. Yes, you definitely should rehedge at the 20 mile 5 minute here. Brick Moose, that's totally fine. You know, that's totally fine. If you have to inverse me and make money, that's I as long as you're making money, that's what I want. Understand? I want you to make money here. I know I'm gonna make money with my trades one way or another. whether I lose today, whether I lose tomorrow, I'm going to find a way to make money with my trades because I know my style has consistency to it. If you have to inverse my trades um, out of your own bias or anything else, please do so. I have no issue with that at all. I won't take it personally. Um, I hope you make money on the day. That's my entire goal of what I do is for you to make money. So randomly, you definitely need to change your name because it's so hard to identify you in chat when I'm trying to specifically talk to you because I don't want to just say randomly because that's super vague. Um, but should you buy more of the 750 puts to average down? No. Okay, our 20 mods pulled up against us. Okay, we really want to start targeting that 752 range, 751, 752. Now again, if we get to the 5 mod today, like I still fully expect, then those 750 puts are going to do extremely well. Okay, but at this point, those are basically just waiting for a very big run to the downside. So currently I only watch the YouTube chat just because of um I don't have my office completely set up yet. Uh so I don't have my PC set up entirely. You can take the 753 puts, those are absolutely fine. I wouldn't say that's bad at all. I think those are absolutely fine, especially when puts are very cheap today. Um Shane, so I don't think that day trading isn't your thing. It's that it takes a lot of mechanics. It takes a lot of skill and I'm not saying you're not skillful or anything else, but I do fully believe in my heart that each and every person can day trade very successfully. Even if you're having some losses right now, um, don't give up, okay? Even if you just watch my streams, just to watch my streams and not take the positions because you disagree with my entries or whatever, take the good parts of what I'm teaching, okay? Um, but I do fully believe in you. I do fully believe that you can day trade and become very successful at it. I believe that every single person in this chat, if you really put your heart and mind to it, you can make this your full-time career. You know, this is what I do for full-time. Um, when it comes to making money off the side, I'll be super transparent about it. I so far have made, I think, $54 off of YouTube. And I've been doing it for over a year. Okay. At one point, for basically a year straight, I posted video every single trading session. Um, those I didn't monetize those or anything. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Um, so from the YouTube in basically a year and a half, I think I've only made $54. Okay. I've put thousands of hours into what I do on YouTube. So I'm not trying to milk you guys there. On my Patreon and Discord and everything, I make currently about 560 a month. Okay. About 200 of it goes to paying for some of the tools in the Discord itself. So I make about 300 off of that every month. Um, that's not enough for me to survive on. Okay. So I'm not trying to guru anybody. I'm not trying to scam anybody or anything else. How I make my money is off of trading. Um, so I do believe that each and every one of you, truly from the bottom of my heart, can become very, very successful at this. we've just been having a couple hard days, and you know, if you do go back over some of the streams, you'll see that some of these sessions have been super, super clean where we get our entry, it goes perfectly. We get the next entry, it goes perfectly, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. We end up making a boatload of money that day. Um, Last few sessions have been extremely heavy chop. Um, but even with the chop, we still have to follow the technicals, or at least I'm going to follow my technicals, which tell me I take puts at the top, buy calls at the bottom. I don't mean to sound egotistical by anything what I say either. It's just that I've really had to walk through the trail of thorns, you know, to get to this point. I mean, I've been trading since basically 2020. Um, no, 2019. I caught a couple big meme trades, but I pretty much lost all that money. I didn't know what I was doing with my trades. Um, but it's really over the last 4 years, last 3, 4 years now that I've found the consistency. Um, because I really started to understand the moving averages on the daily time frame, and that opened up a lot for me. Now, for the day trading profits, it's basically been over the last 2 years that I've been very, very successful with this. Okay. Um, Even with the time I went through that fatigue and everything, um, I've been finding a large amount of success with my day trades. So I do stand by the system. I do stand by everything I do. So I don't think that, how do I explain this? What we're doing here is sort of trying to follow what the algorithms are doing. Now, in this case, it may seem counterintuitive because it's like, oh, well, how come we're not in a lot of calls writing this upside then? What we try to do is we try to buy those levels that the algorithms are trying to sell off. Okay, so again, we buy weakness, we sell strength. Okay, when the market looks very, very strong, when's the best time to dump a market? When it's very, very strong. When's the best time to get into puts? Well, as a dealer, that's after you sell super high IV calls, okay? Because the whole point is to melt those calls, have them run out of the money so that your shares don't get exercised. So that's how I trade, is that I like to see large reversals, whether it's from the downside or upside, and usually we will get them. Um, Last couple sessions have been a little difficult in terms of that, but that's still how I trade, is sell strength, buy weakness. And if I was equity trading here, selling contracts into the market, meaning like selling covered calls, covered puts, being the dealer in this situation, I would still be selling calls at these exact ranges. This would be a range I would sell calls into the market. This would be a range I'd sell calls into the market. Why? Because the whole point of the call is to provide liquidity, but ultimately, as the dealer, you want to burn the call holder. Okay, you're not trying to sell calls for them to profit off of, unfortunately. Um, so that's the whole kind of thesis behind that. So I don't think they've changed the algorithm to do that. I think that Some days are going to be harder than others, and unfortunately, this has just been a very hard week, and we just have to stick by our systems that we know work, even if it's giving us a little trouble in the current moment. VVIX pulled down to the 85.73, so I am looking for this to continue pulling upward. Now I want to look at QQQ and semis again. QQQ is really not far from closing the top of this major cup, which that might be the level that they're really looking for before we really do start selling downward. You can see in QQQ, there's only been technically one put entry today. Still haven't even had an additional put entry at the top yet. So QQQ can definitely push. Semis, no way they're pushing up to this 595 today. Not a chance. The current 752 puts that I have are barely down. Um, they're only down about $2.50 per right now. So as much as we're getting chopped up, those puts are not getting absolutely blown up. It was mainly the 750 puts that lost a great deal of value today. Um, Lost a little bit on the 751s, but I'm okay with continuing to hold those. The 752s are holding up super, super, super well. Okay, so seeing how those are holding up so well, if QQQ does try to close that gap to the 737, then we will tack on more of those 752 puts, or if you prefer those 753s, I really like the 752s. Um, and from there we'll look for our downside. How can they be holding up? That means that people are buying them. That means the IV is going up. Something within the Greeks is telling us that people are starting to enter those puts. That's how those puts are holding up. Um, Something within the Greeks are driving them up because currently they're even gaining at this point. I'm only down 50 cents per put currently. So could that be, excuse me, so could that be retail buyers buying those puts? Maybe. Could that be institutions buying those puts? Perhaps. But something's driving the Greeks within those puts to have them hold their weight, even with the price action being very strong. Even with the chop and everything else. It's actually really surprising seeing those puts holding their weight. Those are the ones that I got in like 20 something minutes ago. That's when I entered at this entry up here. So it's actually very surprising that those puts are holding up as well as they are. Usually I would expect that position to be down like 10% with all the chop we're seeing right now, but they're currently down just 2%. Um, Actually very surprising. But that's also a good sign too, because if our put premium's holding up here, no, our original puts have been absolutely destroyed, so I won't, sugarcoat that, but the current puts are holding their premium very, very strong. That could mean there's a large institution really starting to pick those up. Um, Something's driving those put Greeks upward. VVIX is pulling back up again. It was at the 85.60. It's currently at the 85.91. So starting to pull back up. Semis did hit the 575.66. Currently back down to the 574.57. And let's check our QQQ to see if it's trying to grab that gap or not. QQQ pulling down very slightly, but nothing remarkable just yet. Now I'm really watching QQQ on the side here because that's going to be very, very crucial in determining if we're going to have that additional leg upward or not. My 751 puts are down 54%. Um, so say SPY starts to dump over the rest of the trading day. When would you exit puts? Because there's risk if you hit big profits, it could swing back up. That's a really good question. We're targeting our daily 5 mile in terms of the downside today. So that puts the first level basically right at that. Let's tell you exactly where it is. Daily 5 miles at the 748.75. So our downside target would basically be that 748.75. Because that would be our nearest support. So if we lose, I can't talk right now, my voice is just cutting out so bad. If we lose this level at the top here, then that's where our nearest support is. Okay, so that's what I'm targeting, is that nearest support. Based on my trading style, there was no call entry today. So in hindsight, you could say absolutely those 750 calls were the right move. Um, but within the mechanics of my trading style, we did not have the entry. So for me, there was no entry within those 750 calls. Um, Hindsight always looks great, but based on the current mechanics of what's going on in real time, that's what I have to react to. For me, I'm never just going to just buy into the trend just to capture the moment, the momentum. I want to buy weakness, I want to sell strength. That's where you get very, very major um wins. That's how you get consistent wins. Even here, with this upper Bollinger move, we could have taken profit at the 5 or at the 20 mont, but that wasn't the type of profit I'm looking for here. I'm really looking for the 5 mont on the daily time frame to be hit today. We would have just needed to see the push into the lower Bollinger. So that's why I had this setup right here, is that if we pushed into that lower Bollinger, we would have taken those calls. Okay, but we didn't get the lower Bollinger push. Um, so for me, we didn't have a call entry. Um, this candle to the upside, we basically went from the 750 all the way to the 754, almost immediately. And again, in hindsight, it looks very good to say that, well, we should have taken the 750 calls. We were gonna head upward. Um, Hindsight's great, but our entry still was not there, and this was all done in the span of literally just a few seconds. Um, so there's not much to say about that. Usually I try to look for very, very large moves out of the daily time frame. Hourly I look more for the structure, but we did talk about this within the hourly time frame too. Remember how we said that when we push into the upper Bollinger, we should be expecting a higher high. Um, Upper Bollinger mechanics still hold very true, even if we're looking at a different time frame. I know this is something I have not taught this week, but this is kind of more of an advanced lesson to learn, is that the Bollingers usually try to take the level, and then from that level, the next candle is usually a higher high into downward consolidation. So looking at the hourly here, all the drawings, geez. Looking at the hourly here is already telling me that we should be expecting some downward consolidation. And I also want you to look at the volume too within the hourly. That has just been descending, descending, descending. Okay. Does it mean we can't keep buying upward? No, not at all. Of course we can. But a lot of signals are still telling me that this is the short position. And even with us being in the upper Bollinger right now, this is going to be when I go ahead and take that next entry into the 730 or the 752s, excuse me. Because on multiple time frames, that's telling us that we're very extended. On the 30-minute time frame here, we're starting to see we're pulling away from that as well. So that's just how it's going to be for me. Going to delete that so that we can see our entry. I know in hindsight things look so much different, but unfortunately we don't have hindsight during the actual moment of the trades. Um, you know, it would have been great to be able to say, oh yeah, there was going to be that deal done today. We should have bought right here, forego the mechanics, and absolutely profit. It's not what we were seeing out the day so far. Again, this was just the period of literally a few seconds that we went from all the way to the 750, all the way up to that 754. So there's not much we could do about that. Um, I know hindsight looks great, but within actual trading, we didn't have our entry. I know people give me flack about that, but it's like, you know, when we're sitting here trading candle by candle by candle, we only have so much knowledge. You know, it's like when we were down here, people were asking me down here if we should buy puts. Okay. Um, that would have been a disaster, right? And I said, no, be very patient. We're gonna wait for either our upside to buy puts or we're gonna wait for the downside to buy calls. Um, so not much more to say about that. Um, people can judge, but it is what it is. But the thing is, could it happen again whenever? Well, unfortunately, that's how the market is. And on the inverse side, this could also go down too. Okay, this could also close all this selling to the downside. Um, remember that with the market, hold on, I need to drink some water. I can't talk. Sorry about that. So obviously this candle was very news driven. Okay. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the deal in Iran. I don't know if it's going to see it follow through. I don't know if we're going to see it collapse. I know that every time we have seen the deal pop up so far, it has collapsed. Okay. Um, but the market obviously is being very bullish on that. Um, so can we see the deal go through and us get a massive candle to the upside? Yeah, absolutely. And there's nothing we could do to control that. Um, unfortunately, the market's going to do what the market's going to do, but we can only trust and trade our signals that we do see. Um, and currently, that's telling us that truly we should be seeing some tapering. We should be seeing some selling. We have a very support or a very key support level below us that needs to be tested that hasn't been tested since 522. So, again, a lot of signals are telling me that if this buying doesn't see some massive, massive, massive follow through, then very likely dealers are trying to sell this range off. Okay. And by selling that range, I mean not just through puts. I'm saying they sell these ranges by selling calls. Okay, so when you go out to go buy a call, you're buying a call from a dealer. That dealer has the equity position. They sell you that call. And when they sell the call, the whole goal of that call is not only just to provide market liquidity, because they're, obligated to do so, but the whole goal of the call is to run it out of the money. Okay, because if it runs out of the money, then they pocket the premium and they also pocket the shares. They get to keep their shares. The call doesn't get exercised. Um, so when we have very, very heavy buying days, that can lead into that inverse reaction to the downside too. So again, I know people can judge about, oh, well, this was a super easy buying day, blah, blah, blah. It really wasn't. Um, we could have bought some calls down here after that first big candle and tried to claim some of that upside, but that is not how I trade. Within those technicals, I understand we're within bullish moving averages. Okay. So this even shows within the, the daily time frame that we are within bullish moving averages. We do have the 5 MA above the 10 MA, 10 MA above the 20 MA, 20 MA above the 50 MA, blah blah blah. We're above the 5 MA, which is the shortest form of support we can really have. Okay, that's the weekly support. Now, we're only above that level by a few dollars, and by a few dollars I mean $5. Okay. Now, we haven't tested that level since 522. The 5 MA is generally tested every 5 days because that's what it's accounting for. It's accounting for five, excuse me, 5 iterations of whatever time frame you're on. So the daily time frame is telling us that yes, we should see a test. Okay, we should see a test of that support. Um, because if we're not going to see a test of that support, then we're going to push to the upper Bollinger. And what that means is that we're going to get the upper Bollinger day one, which secures the level. That means we would basically be closing above the 759. Day two, we'd be getting a higher high and then a downward consolidation. Now, are we going to head upward a whole nother $5 today? The potential's there. But we're very extended on multiple time frames. So yes, I understand the trend is saying it's bullish, but that's not what we're trying to buy into. We're not just trying to follow the trend. We're trying to sell strength, buy weakness. It's just how I trade, um, Jeffrey. That's just how I trade. Um, I sell the strength and buy the weakness. That's how I have very high consistency. Um, I like to ride the trend with longer duration contracts rather than with just zero DTs. Um, Zero DTs we can ride the trend on, but usually we get the moves where it's like, for example, right here when we entered these shorts, usually we'd get the move down to the 20 MA. Okay, that would have been an exit. Then we would wait for the next move, which would be, okay, we push to the upper Bollinger again, exit at the 20 MA. The only reason why I'm not exiting at the 20 MA here is because the bands are heavily consolidated. Okay, now when the bands are heavily consolidated, that means a very adverse reaction is getting ready to happen. Okay, either to the upside, or I'll just use that same arrow, or to the downside. Okay, let's look at some of these bands when they get very heavily consolidated like that. So let's find a good day. Start seeing some major consolidation in there in the bands where it doesn't give you a whole lot of room. We get the move down, which would have been calls, taken call profit, head upward, and then from that upward move, puts into the downside. Another heavy consolidation range in here. But in this one, they did give the call opportunity to the upside. Okay. Looking for major consolidations where the bands are very close together. This is a pretty choppy day right here. So in this session, we see that we have put entry, put entry, put entry. Bands super consolidated on uptrend. Okay. Um, there was a call entry at the bottom, but from that call entry, really no other call entries. So the exit would have been at the 20 MA or up in the upper Bollinger there. But now we're seeing heavy consolidation within the bands, and that leads to a fairly adverse downside. Now, this adverse downside within this day was only about $2, not a whole ton, but heavy consolidation within the bands usually leads to a very large move. Now, again, the move can be towards this daily 5 MA, or we could be seeing some major breakout to the upside. But so far we haven't gotten a call entry to be able to chase that upside. So on the daily time frame, there's a very specific time when I do short. I short at the upper Bollingers. Okay, when we push the upper Bollinger day 2 is when we heavily short. Now, we did short right here, and this was upper Bollinger day 1, but we did heavily short right there. Okay, and the reason why we heavily shorted there is because there's a mechanic between the daily 5 on the upper Bollinger where if you continue rejecting both of those ranges, it turns into an extremely bearish range. And because of that, once we hit that, I think it was 749, whatever it was at the time, um, we decided to open some put positions just in case, and ended up turning into a very good sell to the downside. Um, in here, I was not taking a whole bunch of puts. We actually had calls from the bottom because we had the day 2 lower Bollinger. With those calls, I did take a little bit of profits at the 20 MA, but we did have a lot of these running very high. Okay, I didn't take the whole range. I sold mine at this upper Bollinger day 2. Okay, I did take a short position within there because from that I look for the 5 MA retest. And this position did not do that great. Okay, but that's still when I look for my short positions. I always look to short on the upper Bollingers because that's when you get the massive downside. I could show many examples of that, but want to focus on what's going on with the day trades currently. I'm only suggesting 0 DTs here because I'm specifically just doing a day trading, going over day trading mechanics. I'm not discussing long-term contracts right now, and we're not even at a point to be taking long-term contracts in here. We take our long-term contracts at the lower Bollinger or the 20 MA. So, um, I have zero interest in taking long-term contracts up at this point. Again, I know some of you can judge me on that, but I have a very specific trading style that I stick to. I really don't want any of the 1DTs. again, I really do believe that we can hit our daily 5 mall. Even if we don't hit it today, it will pull up tomorrow probably to about that 750, 50-ish range, which means that we're still within the bounds of it tomorrow, okay? Because the upper bounds of the 5 mile would be around that 753, lower bounds around that 749. So this daily 5 mile is still something we have to contend with, okay? As long as that support range is underneath us and we're not having some massive push to the upper Bollinger, then that's what I'm going to be targeting, especially when we need to retest this level. Okay, again, the daily 5 mile is supposed to be tested every 5 iterations on average. That's what I look for. Do you want to look at semis? Okay, delete that, delete that, delete that, delete that, delete that. Again, I am still looking for bear structure to form at the top here. Now, QQQ has pushed up quite a bit. But again, I'm still looking for that bear structure at the top. And we have not fully filled that gap to the upside yet either. So potentially we can see that happen today prior to fully pulling down. I understand a lot of your concerns in chat. I definitely understand, but I am still gonna stick to my mechanics and what works. If something else works differently for you, then by all means, definitely use that style. Um, but this is what works for me. This is how I have consistency. Even if the day is very hard, um, this is still what I'm gonna be doing. One minute time frame has invalidated this smaller cup. We do have an inverse cup formed. So looking for a handle to form off that to continue pushing downward, which would fill this double top, which ironically coincides with our entries. And from that double top, it would close this larger inverse cup to the downside. From that larger inverse cup closing to the downside, build more liquidity there, form the larger head and shoulders, and very likely we see our 5 mod today. That's what I'm looking for anyway. From the structure, at least so far on the 1 minute time frame. We did invalidate this cup, so this is not a handle building to the upside in the bullish sense anyway. Well, the day's not over. Today could still be very, very good. I am looking at QQQ to see if we do try to close that gap to the upside. But same thing with QQQ here. We did close a smaller inverse cup. From that, we can build this head and shoulders. So if we see the downside, then that will be validating that head and shoulders. And our VVIX is at the 87 or 85.77. So slightly above where the low of the day was. Says the low of the day pulled down to 85.02, but I'm seeing the 86 or the 85.60. So currently at 85.77. The bullish outlook, so it's very difficult because we have a cup built here. Potentially we're building a handle. But again, we're still at the upper Bollinger, even on the hourly time frame, which is telling us that our upside shouldn't be too much further at this point. It's hard for me to want to buy calls in there. You know, we have multiple cups closed. Even on the 5-minute time frame, we have this smaller cup closed, which is telling me that we should be looking for bearish structure to form the handle downward. Even if we're bullish, we should be expecting that downside push to grab the liquidity to continue heading upward. So even if I was bullish on today, nothing would be changed differently here. Other than the fact that maybe we would have tried to vibe trade some call in here. You know, but there really hasn't been a great entry within the calls today. And again, people can judge me for that. That's completely fine. I don't care. But from my technicals, there has not been a call entry into today. I think that the market, I don't want to say corrupted, it's definitely manipulated, and that's because it's literally in the market maker's best interest to do so. You know, if there's a massive push to the downside, which we did end up getting, you know, they ended up pushing down pretty hard in the overnight and everything. Well, what do market makers want to do? They want to screw people. And unfortunately, they're going to find a way to do that, which is a big reason why I sell strength by weakness, because market makers like to screw people. Okay. Um, Usually I try to follow the trend with longer dated positions, and this is not the room to do so. Okay, so I understand people judging about that, but that was back at the 20 mile. That was a while ago to enter those calls to the upside. Um, but knowing that market makers do like to really screw people, think about today so far, and think about not following technicals for a moment, okay? And just thinking retail for a second. Wow, we had a massive buy to the upside. I need to get in calls. Okay. So now I'm in calls. Those calls are maybe up. Okay. If you were able to buy at this range, you'd be up on your calls. But they're also chopping these calls to pieces. Okay. So as much as we're put holders being chopped to pieces, these call holders that are all buying the calls at the very top here are getting chopped up absolutely to shreds. Okay, because they're expecting further upside. Well, so far we haven't gotten that yet. So far we're just chopping it out. So from the dealer perspective, it's telling me, okay, they sold a lot of calls at this range. We're starting to see the volume dropping on those calls being bought. So very likely it's going to be time to rug this position very soon. Well, where's the nearest support? Daily 5 mo. Rug it to that daily 5 mo. That kills the entire calls on the entire day. And from a dealer, that'd be a very, very profitable position to take. Oh, I know people judge me, but it's okay. In the end, I know this will prevail. It is back tested. It has history to it. It has strength to it. I know that it'll do good, whether we're having a few hard days or not. You know, we were killing it the entire month this month, and just because we have, you know, 2 or 3 more difficult sessions doesn't mean that the strategy doesn't work or anything else. Just not every session's gonna go exactly how we plan. But I want you to think about the call holders in this situation too. Everybody who's been buying a call to the upside over the last 2 hours basically has, been losing money. The reason why I'm so invested in today, in terms of expecting a move and not fully just expecting this chop to continue, is that one, we do have the daily 5 mob below us. Okay, and obviously that's a very, very crucial support. But our Bollinger Bands here are very, very tight. Okay, they're very, very condensed on each other. Which means that for the algorithms, there's not a whole lot of scalping range. Yes, they make money on every single cent. Don't worry about that. But they want to open this Bollinger Band up as well. They want to get some movement because they want to be selling contracts. They want the IV to move. Okay. If the IV is starting to top out here, then they're going to go to a level where the IV is going to start increasing. This is a big reason why we start looking at the gamma. Or, our Gex tools, which I haven't pulled up today, but I'm sure there's probably some call wall right at this range. Yeah, it'd be great if we got a sell down to basically the 490 or the 749 and hit that 5 mod today. Um, yes, it's very choppy, but there's a lot of reason for dealers to sell these calls off and really get positioned to that 5 mod, especially with the weekend coming up. A lot can change over the weekend, and it doesn't make a lot of sense for them to do an upper Bollinger push today and then have the higher high tomorrow, potentially start consolidating, and then maybe get an even higher push from there. Maybe get a sell off from there. Just doesn't make a lot of sense to me for them to do that. QQQ, we're seeing this head and shoulders starting to play out. So if we can really knock out some of these prior ranges, that's going to be very good for us. Okay, that's going to show us that yes, we hit the top of those cups, and now we can start pulling down to sell off. Kind of same situation here. We have a lot of liquidity here to grab to the downside. So I am looking for the SPY to take this level very soon here. Should take us all the way back to the 753.67. BVIX still just holding that low weight of the day. It's at the 85.69. So I am looking for a push upward in that to really tell us that yes, we're going to be seeing some selling. QQQ starting to take this gap to the downside that we talked about. Excuse me. Um, so that's looking great. From that gap, that would close an inverse cup. From there, we would expect a handle down to the next gap, which would be right at that 734.10. Okay. So we're starting to get our price action moving in the direction that we need it to. Starting to get some of the structure that we need. We're seeing the HIG starting to sell as well. Excuse me. So it did hit the 80.27, and from there it's currently at 80.21. So we're seeing a little bit of selling within the HIG as well. QQQ starting to really take this entire level, or not QQQ semis, which is creating this inverse cup, form a handle, take the next level. So while we are chopping, this is very, very meaningful chop.
So with the lower Bollinger being so close, that is a good thing to think about is that the lower Bollinger is currently at the 754. Um, well, 753.93. So if we push that range, is that a opportunity for a call to the upside? Yeah, absolutely. If we have puts going, there's no reason why we shouldn't take a call to the upside. Um, the problem is that there's not a lot of room. So you see how the mid band is at the 754.34, while the lower Bollinger is at the 753.93. That's telling us that algorithmically we only have about 40 cents of upside for that proper exit. Okay, so can you take that call? Absolutely. But I am looking for the bottom of the structure to get pushed. VVIX starting to tick up a little bit. So if we can get the continued selling throughout semiconductors and everything else, semiconductors building a handle right now. Excuse me. Same with QQQ. From those handles, we should see further downside. This inverse cup has not been invalidated yet. Can be very soon if we continue pushing upward, but so far it's not. It would have to push all the way to the 754.52. So if we see a rejection there, then this would be that inverse cup and handle, which would play very well into this potential head and shoulders that we're seeing here. We're seeing our OBV/ADL starting to taper downward. Same with QQQ, starting to taper downward. And definitely same with semis. We could see that very, very clearly. So basically we're looking for a pretty large move to the downside today. Or else we need to see some further bullish structure to really give us that upside move. One minute time frame, semiconductors hitting the 20 MA. Very likely going to reject off of that and form a handle to the downside, which would carry throughout QQQ and SPY. See on QQQ, the handle is pulling up close to the upper Bollinger on the 1 minute time frame. We'll see if we head all the way up to the upper Bollinger here.
It's either going to be a major push upward or that's going to be the right shoulder throughout many of these different symbols. Right shoulder slash inverse handle. Even still holding strong with SPY here too. If we see the rejection off that level. Yeah, if we push into the upper Bollinger again, unfortunately, I will be adding to my short position. Again, from the dealer perspective, I just see a ton of reason to sell this range off. Um, and technically, we still have not had a call entry on the day, so. We are seeing the VVIX continuing to pull upward. So it's at the 85, 83. If we can get it above that 86 range again, that would be very good for the put positions. Potentially we see semiconductors pull up to the upper Bollinger on the 1 minute time frame. And that would give us the room for a very solid rejection slash creating that right shoulder liquidity. So we can have a little bit of a push here. QQQ, we do have potentially that cup forming. Which again, I do expect a handle on that cup. So we'll see if we continue pushing upward on that. This strategy works very good for trading futures because there's no theta burn. It's just not something I specifically do, even though I have done it in the past. Maybe we could do that one of these sessions where we just focus on the ES main or something. Yeah, sorry, Brick. Moose, that this week's been pretty brutal. Fortunately, I can't do a whole lot about that. I know people in chat said that, they would be in calls and whatnot, but from my technicals, I haven't seen the entry. I can barely talk right now. I apologize. I'm losing my voice really bad. Now, Upper Bollinger is at the 754.77. So, if we do head there, I will be adding
just a couple more puts. And again, I'm only taking the 752s. Very fine with cheap puts today and getting our downside move, so. Especially with how cheap the puts are today, it would make a lot of sense for dealers to grab some of that downside, but I don't want to keep saying that. We're going to be adding a put entry right here. And I'm going to go ahead and enter that put entry now. VVIX pulling up to the 85.91. Semi's starting to create this handle to the downside, which, excuse me, it's exactly what we're looking for. QQQ, deciding to fill this cup to the upside here, which does unfortunately invalidate that previous head and shoulders. This cup is closing right here. So from the top of that cup, again looking for a handle downward. Yep, new all-time high on SPY. Just such a tight chop range. Really not a whole lot of movement going on in here. Which again, we talked about that consolidation ranges
can lead to the upward breakout or the downward breakout, but with this range being so tight, it absolutely is going to give us a pretty big move very soon here. And we'll see if we catch the downside or if they're going to destroy us and push us to the upside. We absolutely could. Excuse me. You just have to do that kind of on your own accord. So, hold on, let me get a drink really quick and I'll explain this. So the thing about my technicals is that I could be completely wrong on the date. Okay. And you could be buying calls in here and doing super killer. Okay. For me, that's going to be called vibe trading. Okay. Because there was not a proper entry. I don't mean that in a dismissive way. I just mean that those don't fit my mechanical entries. Okay. Am I going to judge you for taking those positions? No. But those are the type of positions that can really sometimes tend to burn hard. Okay, especially if there is the large reversals that we usually tend to get from these upper Bollinger moves. Again, this is based on most of the time when we push outside of these ranges, we usually have a very adverse downside. Okay, same when we push to the downside, we usually have a very adverse upside. Okay. If you want to take calls in that and everything, that's completely fine. Completely fine. Um, if you disagree with my technicals and everything, that's completely fine. But this is still entirely within my strategy. I'm willing to take these losses on my strategy because it does tell me that there usually is a adverse selling reaction from these upper Bollinger pushes. Okay. Even on a heavy chop day like this. And again, I really want to bring up last Thursday because not only was it my largest trading day I've had, but it looked terrible. Okay, so we had major chop. Okay, from that major chop, kind of had some mediocre entries into calls. However, again, I took puts at this first range. I think I actually entered 2 sets of puts here, but I took puts at this range. It was the 741, whatever it was at the time, 741, 742. That pushed up a whole nother $3 on me. I had one other entry at the top here, and from that came that adverse reaction to the downside. So that's what I look for. I look for those very large reactions to the opposite side, because eventually buying against this upper Bollinger is going to taper out. Selling against the lower Bollinger will taper out. So that's just how my trading style is going to be. Even in the hardest days, I'm still going to remain steadfast on these rules. And even though it sounds like I'm emotional right now, it's mainly because I can't talk because my voice is giving out. But This is entirely okay with me. I understand for a smaller portfolio, this could be absolutely brutal, but this is still how I trade. Yes, we are holding the strikes a lot longer than the 2 hours. Again, I'm looking for a major push from these Bollinger Bands. These Bollinger Bands are heavily contracted into each other. I'm looking for a very large either push to the upside or push to the downside. Okay. VVIX ticking upward at the 85.91, so dealers are slowly starting to hedge positions again. These type of chop days are super good for iron condors, or in butterflies and whatnot. Um, I do sometimes, but it's not something I've been trying to teach or anything because usually you have to have a fairly large portfolio to do that. Um, Now we'll see if this cup gets validated or not. The cup finished already, so we'll see if the handle breaks out. Excuse me. So if you want some upside potentially in like QQQ, look for this handle to break out because that would take you to 737. So if you want to vibe trade some calls, that's exactly what you're looking for. Same thing with SPY here. If you're wanting to vibe trade some calls, you're looking for this handle to break out and basically take us to the 755 plus. So I'm only going to be streaming probably another 10 more minutes because I do have to take care of my daughter soon here, which isn't fun while trying to watch positions, but I'm going to have to do that because obviously today's a super chop day and I'm going to be holding my stuff. Um, with that said, I'm really holding for this 5 mile range. I know it seems very out of view of the day, but I do think that we can reach that range. Okay. Especially if we do start getting some selling picking up in here. Semiconductors are still finishing out this inverse cup and handle, which looks great. QQQ, if this handle bounces to the upside, then that's going to be, a decent opportunity for calls. And again, same with SPY. If this handle breaks out to the upside, then that's going to be a good, excuse me, good opportunity for calls. But currently, I have puts going, and I'm targeting the 5 mile. That is my goal. That's what I'm looking for. If anybody has any questions or wants to vent or anything else, now's a great time. Yeah, and that's why I feel like the puts are so cheap right now. As a dealer, it would be like absolutely free money to just sit here and sell these calls off, collect the premium, and just dump this. It would make so much sense. And not just make sense, it'd make dollars, it'd make bank, okay? It'd make all the dollars to sell that level off and head down to the 5 mile for a retest. Um, the only issue is just we don't have a whole lot of time left within the day. Watching over 3 while trading, that's a lot. My daughter has autism really bad, so she's like 20 kids for me. I mean, I raised my nieces and I feel like I could raise like 5 or 6 of them compared to one of my daughter. Seeing a little bit of an upside bounce here in SPY. So again, if you wanted to vibe trade those calls, that's kind of what you're looking for to break out on. Same on QQQ here. If that's what you're looking for call upside, then oh geez, that's so difficult. Do I recommend dumping the 750Ps and the 751s? Um, it's really difficult to say that because the level we're looking for, both of those puts would be in the money. Okay, and then it'd be a huge mistake to have dumped those puts at that point, even though they're down, immensely. Um, so while I do understand selling them and pocketing the premium that you can, um, if we're going to get our downside level today, it's going to pull all of those puts not just at the money but in the money. Um, so I'm a little hesitant to sell those puts, especially when they've been dumped down pretty hard. I think at this point with those puts, I would rather just try to get them to pull into the money. Um, if we do get our adverse downside move. Yeah, Brick Moose, a good example of that was yesterday when we had these 750 calls. Excuse me. I was able to, or it was either yesterday or the day before. Let me check. I want to say it was yesterday. I had the 750 calls because they took our 749 calls. Um, but I had the 750s and the after hours happened and we actually did get this push upward and I was able to profit quite a bit off of it. Um, actually made out green on those calls. So do remember that depending on your brokerage, I'm using Webull, but you can trade your SPY contracts an additional 15 minutes after the close. Okay, as long as they're not in the money. Um, so if we are going to get some massive pull down in the after hours, those puts can absolutely recover. So I'm very hesitant to sell them off at this moment. Because say we chop here for the rest of the day and then we actually do get that dump in the after hours, well, all those puts are going to pay out immensely. Yes, you can do that as well. So you can buy the 753s with the total that you have currently sitting in the 750 through 751s. Um, and that way you would get the additional delta to the downside on that movement and everything too. So I absolutely agree with that. Okay, everybody, does anyone have any final questions for today? I do apologize that unfortunately the last 3 days have been very hard. Um, it's a shame, but there's not a whole lot we can do about it other than we just have to follow our rules. Now, if your rules dictate something else, that's fine. Go ahead and write that down. Make sure you follow them. But for my rules, I have my very specific entries and exits, and that's what I'm going to stick to regardless. Um, so, with that said, I will be streaming tomorrow. If you all want to join, feel free. If not, if you feel like I'm just going to continue burning your portfolios, then you don't have to watch. That's fine. Um, we did basically have a whole month and a half straight of just consistent wins before the last 3 sessions. So I get it. I get it with the small portfolios. Um, but I'm not trying to lead you down a bad route. The whole goal is consistency. These last 3 sessions have been very difficult, and there's not much more I can say about that. Excuse me. If the price keeps going up, when do we sell the puts? Basically, you'd be looking for the breakout. So you'd want to see this cup really start to break out. So basically, starting to get above this range on the day where we've been kind of topping out. So if we can get to that 755, then that might be a really good opportunity to just say, you know what, let's be out of the puts and just call it a day. Um, Brick Moose, that's not true. As I just said yesterday, the 750 calls um, sold in the after hours for profit. We did very well on those. Um, so I do disagree with that. Uh, we did end up actually being able to recover majority of yesterday due to that. Yeah, so for the Discord, just remember, and we are going to be setting up a page this weekend, but um with the Discord, if you join, again, we are making it free very, very soon here, where it will come with the unusual whales, comes with our Gex and Dex tools. We'll come with all that for free. However, we've been dealing with someone on the server who who basically has set up a bot that messages people that join. So do not answer any messages from anybody who messages you. Okay, if you join the Discord. Um, they are scammers. Do not answer those messages. I am working very hard to get them removed from the server and to make it so that that issue can't happen. But that's a huge concern right now. Make sure you do not answer any of those messages from those automated people. They make their accounts look like me. They are trying to scam you. So please do not fall for that. Um, but even if you disagree with my mechanics and everything, I still highly suggest joining the server once I do make it free. I'm trying to do that this weekend. Um, and you will have access to a bunch of other traders. We have over, I think, what, 800, 900 people in the server. Haven't checked in quite a while. We have, our free Gex and Dex tools. We have the unusual whales, which for an individual that would usually cost, I think, anywhere from $30 to $50 a month. So all that's going to be free. So I definitely welcome you all, even if you are um, struggling over the last few sessions. But with that said, thank you all so much for watching, and I appreciated Jackson a lot. Means a lot to me. Um, but yeah, I am looking for the downside in today. I still fully expect us to get that. Um, I will be live tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. and it's hard for me to say this, but I really do hope everyone has a great day. I know that today's been very difficult if you've been taking the positions I've been taking. Um, but I hope things turn around and that we have a great day. So, with that said, thank you all so much for watching, and I will be live tomorrow morning. Thank you. Hopefully my voice is not so not so destroyed tomorrow. It just makes me feel bad when people lose money. It really breaks my heart because I've been on the other end of that. I know exactly what it's like, and it's not a fun position, It causes depression, it causes a lot of bad in life. Um, where are we targeting the put sales? The daily 5 mile. So make sure you write this down. 748.79. Okay, that's really that range we're trying to target. Basically that 749 range. But I appreciate you all watching. Thank you so much for the support and everything else. Um, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. So let's have a great day tomorrow. Um, hopefully my voice is better, and tomorrow let's make it a good day. Let's see if we can get some really good entries tomorrow. So thank you all so much.